Let me put up that as my... Wow, I really hope that doesn't affect anything. Say something, Lux? I just want to make sure that I didn't just break this by accident.
Hello.
All right, that's good. Hopefully people can hear. I bought a ukulele before I thought about if my voice goes very well with the sounds that come out. You'd think that it'd be simple and you just sing along. But if that's what you're thinking, like me, you'd be wrong. Not everyone should sing with the ukulele, and almost nothing rhymes with ukulele. Okay, now we'll do the show. That might be the extent of the ukulele on the show. I've decided I don't think I have the voice for a ukulele. I might have the voice for, what are those silent pictures? Silent movies. That's the voice I have. It's like you've got a face for radio.
Yeah, the opposite of that.
The old joke. Hey, welcome everybody. It's Calling You Now. You can call us now. And we kind of started talking about something the other day that I'd like to extend outward. I like to extend it outward. Jimmy stole that song from Forrest. How would that make any sense? I don't even know Over the Rainbow. I learned those 4 chords. That's literally all I know. First things first, we got to up our game and be further and higher up in the algorithm. So as people are moving through their shorts feed, we get popped up in there. So participate in the live chat. A click, basically clicking stuff, is an algorithm point. And certain clicks are better than other clicks. So one thing you could all do, I think if you just double tap the stream right now, does that work? Am I correct that
Sure
double tapping is liking? Yeah, let's find out. Let's find out. Jimmy Snow on the Line is live right now. Let's find out. Boop, boop. Yep, you can just double tap the screen. Double tap the stream for good luck, and that is going to increase our like count, thereby increasing our view count. But here's the other thing that I'm honestly really interested in. And I promise to be on my best behavior within limits. I promise to be on a heightened behavior of what my normal standard is. I want to talk to your dads. Okay? A lot of you have MAGA dads. MAGA, look, I'm here to talk to you, whoever you are. But if you're in chat right now and you're like, you know who I want Jimmy to talk to is my MAGA dad. Who has a MAGA dad for me to throw my way? Who can be like, hey, dad, here's a link. You and I always argue. I can't articulate very well or as well my thoughts. Plus, we know each other's buttons. So I'd like you to explain to this guy who does articulate things in ways that I like. I'd like you to call this guy and talk to him on air. Send me your dads. That's what I'm asking for. Send me your dad. And if you are listening right now and you're a MAGA dad, you're going to want to call in because I'm probably already currently turning your kid gay. So I'm just saying MAGA dads is who we want to talk to. Yeah, somebody here is making them gay. Someone's making them a furry. Some of them, your kid's trans now. And so unless you call in and stop it, we're turning your kids trans. They're going to become science-loving, anime-watching queers. You're going to want to call that number. And the number's on the screen. It's easy to remember. 336-543-2101. 336-543-2101. 336-543-2101. I just said it 3 different ways, as though the dashes were in different locations. Can Andrew call in? Why? If Andrew calls in, I will probably give the chat the opportunity. But like in the past, it's been $50. Maybe it's been $100. It will be more now. It's going to literally be like, right. We are not interested. So bring me your fathers, bring me your huddled MAGAs. bring me your dads. I want to talk to your dads, and I want them to explain to me why. And I'm gonna like, all right, MAGA, for real. I really want to know why MAGA is better for the next generation. Call into my show live now and explain it to me and all the people. Because that's what I want. I just want to hear it straight from the pig's mouth, as they say. 336-543. I almost did the other show's number. 2101. We want to hear from you. 336-543-2101. And if you have questions, MAGA, for us, somebody watching right now is Frank Reynolding and is just like, I don't get it. I don't get the gay thing, the trans thing, the left thing, MAGA, specifically MAGA. If you don't get it, dearest, are we screening that call? If you don't get it, we can absolutely explain a lot of this shit to you. But please send me your huddled MAGA dads. That's what I'm looking for. I want them to explain it to me. Let's find out. Here's a poll in the chat for everybody. Do you have a MAGA dad? And there are going to be some of you who are going to say, like, isn't this kind of sexist? Why aren't you asking to talk to MAGA moms? I'm happy to talk to MAGA moms, but I am a little bit sexist. I weirdly... The patriarchy is the problem, so why not go straight to the patriarchy? You know?
Demographics are so skewed. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I produce a lot of these shows, so now I see, like, we overwhelmingly get men callers, especially when we're talking about, like, the disagreement calls. Like, it's not like women never call, and it's not like men never call to just discuss things or to agree with us. But, like, yeah, overwhelmingly, it's the men who have been radicalized.
Yeah, it is interesting because when the women do call too, like, boy, they're not sending their best. They are not. I mean, when Nat C. Gwen called, I mean, you get some people who can be reasoned, can be understood. We had a person who recently called in and we didn't end up agreeing, but we found where the problems were and was like, all right, good. Let's just stop. Let's put this on ice. Please go research the best version of this argument that you can come up with. Go work on articulating to it because clearly this is where our impasse is. Come back and we'll talk it through. And obviously some people are going to be like, yeah, Jimmy, you like those calls because by the end of the call, you feel like you're kind of turning them a little bit, which is probably like, look, that's just going to happen. If a person engages in good faith,
we are right about everything, so
it's like it's a burden too, guys. Do you know how hard it is to be this right all the time? Do you know how difficult it is to just be this right and look this good? Okay, be this right though. The be this right part's true. Is my shirt?
It is hard to look this good. I know you wouldn't know, but
my apologies. Ouch. I feel like you should apologize to me despite my shirt's message.
Well, if you use they, them pronouns, then I can apologize to you.
Didn't I use they, them?
No. I mean, when you adopt they, them pronouns, then I can apologize to you. Where I'm riffing off of a previous joke that we talked about.
Oh, I don't remember it. I remember saying that I've unironically considered adopting they, them pronouns because they're universal and I'm not non-binary. Is that the one? Okay.
That's the one that I'm
not
doing,
non-binary, but they, them still applies to me and I'm not so attached to he, him that I give a fuck to be called a he, him. Like that's not what brings me gender euphoria. So I've thought about it in the past to annoy people, but
I definitely think you should.
I hear you. There's some level of like, I can't even be too queer on this show. Like I feel like I even toned that down for this show to be like, okay, guys, I'm what appears to be the problem. I don't look like I didn't vote for Trump, right? So, and there is a level of, we had this on Javon, like, because Javon just loves implying that I'm racist or just saying it. Anyway, and at one point I basically repeated his point, but whiter. And he was like, thank you for repeating my point. I was like, Javon, I love you, but you're welcome because sometimes a white person has to say it for a white person to hear it.
It's such a burden you bear.
Yeah.
You have to be the cis
he fully
filter.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That was one of the few times where he was like, correct. That's true. That is true. So yeah. It's, All right. Anyway, people, send me your MAGA dads. Give them a call. Make sure you hit like, participate in the chat. We're going to get started with our first call here in just a moment. But do feel free to tell your parents, tell your kids, tell your wife, because we're debating everybody up in here.
Hit that share button.
Sharing's good. Sharing's good. Throwing that shit on threads. I just shared my thread out. If anybody wants to go and elevate that thread, I can even put a little link ski to it in the chat here. Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what you're feeling. Tell me what's on your mind. How do I get the link to this fucking thing? If when you use this multi-mode, it's really stupid.
Are we on multi-mode finally?
No. Well, on threads on PC. No.
Okay.
You're talking about a different thing completely. It's the button down here. On threads, if you are on solo mode where you only have one screen, so I've got it split into three. So I have my For You, my like notification feed, like when I click things, and then the one all the way to the right is the activity feed. So you can see all three in one screen because to not waste screen space and have huge margins. And it's pretty nice, but then when you click the one post, and I usually I would just copy the link from the URL bar. Okay, anyway, this is not interesting to fucking anybody. Well, what am I doing here? All right, let's bring on our first person. Greg in Arizona. Greg in Arizona, you are on the line with Jimmy and Luxander. How are you, Greg?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How about you?
Just fine. Hey, Greg, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20 years old. And Greg, I'm curious, in the past you've called in with a different name and a different political affiliation. What's going on there?
Yeah. I've definitely changed my political views. You know, I'm an independent now because I hate both sides. Yeah.
Well, if both sides are Democrat and Republican, you might find that there's a different party more available, better at hating the both sides. But we'll get there. Greg, but then what about the other name? Why do we change names? Just for fun?
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't see why it would be beneficial to state my real name, No,
I know. It's just generally people will be at least consistent.
Like, what if somebody's like, hey, I know that guy and he does share these similar political views that I heard him talked about before,
I would say as a 20-year-old from Arizona, I wouldn't worry about it too much, James, unless you're worried about people in real life finding out your stuff. But the odds of that are low. Generally, when people call in with an alias, they're just consistent with their aliases. They go with the same one everywhere. And so we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Basically, James or Greg, whichever one you want to go by.
I don't know how you call me. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how you call me. That's pretty impressive.
How I what?
How you caught me, like, with different names.
We have the notes from your previous call. It's just whenever you call in, it shows the notes that the screeners use to like build your call. It just shows the notes from the last ones.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's technology, man. Anyway.
I know, right? Yeah.
So Greg is the one we're going with today. Unless you want to switch back to your last nickname, it's up to you.
No, I'll go Greg. That's actually my middle name. That's all I'm going to say.
That's cool. The name that you went by last time is my middle name, which is why I go by. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, Greg, you are calling in. Wow, that's interesting. Because I actually know a person with that name combination too. Greg, you're calling in. What point were you wanting to make here? Because you're independent now. You're no longer MAGA. You're no longer conservative.
I would say I'm still conservative. I think I would say so, but I'm not MAGA. I think MAGA is a scam. It's a big scam. Yeah,
I agree. Which values of conservatism do you still hold?
I embrace tradition. I embrace the nuclear family. I embrace basic rights. Freedom of speech, guns, and I think
freedom of belief?
Should embrace Christianity. You go ahead. Go again.
Do you believe in freedom of belief?
Yeah, as long as it's not too extreme, like you could believe in different religions. I'm okay with that. Like, yeah.
If it's purely a belief, is there anything too extreme that you would say a person can't believe? Like, as long as it doesn't turn into actions. Is there anything you would restrict from being believed?
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the whole transgenderism. I'm not a fan of that.
So how would you punish a person who their only crime is believing that transgender people exist?
Wait, go again.
You're saying I asked you for a specific belief you wouldn't allow a person to merely hold with no actions, just hold the belief. And you said transgenderism. Yeah. So I'm asking you, in your society, you're saying it wouldn't be allowed to believe in being transgender. So what would you do to a person who says, I actually believe transgender people exist?
Good question. We're just, in my world, my dream world, we would not tolerate it. We would try to help that person, to come back to reality. I know you disagree, but that's it. That's basically it.
But Greg, you're saying you believe, we're talking about freedom. So we're fundamentally talking about legally, what are you allowed to do? So right now in America, if you don't believe that transgender people exist, you can already, as you say, help them come back to reality. All you would need to do is share counter information that debunks what is currently now a substantial amount of scientific evidence that transgender people in fact do exist, and the best treatments for them are supporting the level of transition that is good for their life. That's right now what the science is showing. You're saying, let's bring them back to reality. All you have to do. So right now we already live in a society where if you're right and they're wrong, there is a pathway by which you get to do that, to offer help, offer alternative information. But we're talking about freedoms. And you said you believe in freedom of belief unless it's like too fringe, too crazy, which I would understand if it was exactly. Like, if your belief was like, I believe I need to go and finish Hitler's job. Well, that would be a thing where it's like, okay, that's at least a threat. We're beginning to move, and certainly we cut off actions. But for the most part, you can believe whatever you want, even be a fucking shitty racist in America, until you do things to people, until that turns into actions. You don't fuck with people. So we were talking about freedoms. You said transgenderism would be against the freedom of belief that you accept, which means, by the way, you don't believe in freedom of belief. I just want to point that out. You don't. You believe in, if freedom of belief is freedom of belief of what I approve, then you don't believe in freedom of belief, because then everybody has freedom of belief in even authoritarian countries. Anyway, I am digressing. Greg, what would be the legal penalty in your America for believing transgender people exist? And let's even just say pointing to the science that supports that they exist.
Hey, hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I accidentally pressed the hold button, but
that's okay.
Man, you're gonna think I'm a dictator or something.
Probably.
What would I do? What would the penalty be for a person who believes in transgenderism? That's a good question.
From the government.
Okay, here. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I am a dictator.
Yeah.
We would send them. You're gonna think I'm crazy. Whatever. We're gonna send them to prison, but we're also gonna help them. We're gonna help them. We're gonna send them to
a concentration camp.
That's what I would do, because I believe this is my belief. They are a cancer to society. Oh, sorry, like their beliefs, not them personally, because we're all human beings. But what they're spreading is very dangerous, I believe, and it's just gonna hurt our country. So I would.
Okay.
Send them
So
to
what
prison.
if I said, Greg, I believe that conservatives and MAGA and you are a cancer to this country, and therefore I believe you should go to those concentration camps instead of the trans people. Is it basically just whoever gets the most votes wins and everybody else goes to the concentration camps?
I mean, I would ask you, like, can you defend your position on why you believe
I'm going to let Lux actually defend their existence here in just a moment. I'm just establishing the legal thing here. Because right now you've just said it's based on your belief. You believe we should embrace Christian values. So you aren't a conservative, because a conservative would be a constitutionalist. And if you believe that in freedom of belief, except for beliefs that you don't like, then you don't believe in freedom of belief. And the Constitution absolutely establishes freedom of belief, as well as freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You are actually getting more into authoritarian right wing. This is where, if you're going to send anybody to, and look, Greg, if you didn't know this until now, then you didn't know this. If you're going to send anybody to a concentration camp for their beliefs, you're a fascist. Like, by definition. I'm not trying to throw the fascist word around willy-nilly. I do it on threads all the time. You would be, by definition, Greg, defending fascism.
You're not wrong. I agree with you. A lot of people have called me fascist, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess if I fit the definition, then I guess I'm a fascist,
So why don't you discuss with Lux, the trans person here, whether they are a cancer to society and the legitimacy of their belief that they exist and have the experiences they reflect versus yours, which seems to be based on a multi-thousand-year-old misinterpretation of a book that wasn't ever good to begin with.
Yeah, I'm curious how you justify the claim that it's harmful, especially when, like, my position is I would like to be able to have autonomy over my body, and I would like to be respected by people who speak to me. And I don't advocate for throwing people in prison for having beliefs that are different than mine. So it kind of seems like you are the problem and like you are an active harm to society. So I would love for you to explain to me how I am the cancer.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't hate transgender people. I've talked to
No, you just want to send us to prison and re-education camps, which is totally distinct from hatred and therefore okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's accurate, yeah.
So you want to harm trans people.
That's not what the word accurate means, buddy.
No, listen. Okay, you asked why is your belief, your lifestyle harmful? It's harmful because, you're going to indoctrinate kids. You're forcing people to use your vocabulary. Hey, no matter what, you need to use my pronouns.
I'm not doing either of those things.
Wait, so, well, what are your pronouns?
You can say they, them for me.
Okay, they, them. Well, what if I say he or she? Like, would you put up a fit?
No one cares. It's not a crime. I don't advocate for it to be a crime. If it's something that's happening like in the workplace, then I believe that you should be held accountable for harassment in the workplace. But you could just avoid my pronouns and use my name, and I don't care. I'm not trying to change the law to enforce anything, and I'm not saying you should go to prison.
Okay, you're different than You're different than the other transgender people.
No one is advocating for it to be illegal unless it's like a motivated hate crime or hate speech.
Yeah. So the ones I've talked to, they said that's so harmful, that's so hateful, they're going to kill themselves, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's just not my belief,
So it is true. It is true that disrespecting trans people can cause them to have negative mental health outcomes. Like, that is the critical element of poor mental health for trans people, is if they're being actively disrespected. So it is not trying to say it should be illegal to point out the direct harm that your actions have on other people. It is true that not affirming trans people worsens their mental health outcomes.
Yeah, I know this is maybe a bad assumption, but I'm pretty sure if transgenders were in charge of the government, they would send me and other people to prison.
That's called projection, Greg. That's what you want to do. This is like when white people say, "Oh, if black people were in charge, they would kill us in the streets." Like, no, that's not how it works.
100%.
Just because you want to harm people, just because you want to accuse people of thought crimes, doesn't mean that anyone else wants to. Your delusional inability to see beyond your own perspective is a problem for the rest of society because your group is trying to get in power right now.
Greg, I'm gonna ask you what Lux just said in the form of a question. Do you believe that transgender people will oppress you if they were in charge of the government because you are aware that the current government has oppressed trans people and therefore they would seek revenge?
What? Okay, yeah, let's talk about that. First of all, I think it's almost impossible for them to get in political. Well, no, there's some transgenders, but like,
hey, Greg, can you restate my question back to me? You can make your point after, but I asked you a specific question that we're just jumping past. Do you need me to restate it?
Yeah, you're right. Go again.
Would you like me to restate the question?
Yeah, I'm dyslexic, man.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Well, we're not reading anything, but Greg, do you believe trans people would oppress others because trans people have been oppressed. And so you think they would seek vengeance instead of justice if they were in power?
Yeah, I think they would oppress some people. Definitely white guys.
That's
Straight
what
white
Lux
guys,
was.
for
That's
sure.
what Lux was telling you, that because you know that you have participated in oppressing trans people, you
I'm not white,
believe
though. I'm
that
not
the
white.
language of the oppression. Oh, I assure you, trans people have been oppressed by more than white people.
Oh, okay.
Greg,
I thought it was
because
just white people
you
that
have
guys said, man.
participated, Greg, because you have participated in the oppression of trans people, you are afraid that were they to get justice and power, they would behave as you did. And time again, as we look through history, at the times where people were freed from their oppressors, that isn't what we see. We actually see a group of people who see the consequences of severe oppression going, we're never going to live in that world ever. Greg, do you believe that the Bible should be taught in schools?
Definitely not all of it, because there's a lot of graphic and things that are not.
What about Jesus? Should children
rated.
in school be taught to the teachings of Jesus and taught to follow them?
These are the parts I think children should be taught from the Bible. The Ten
So
Commandments,
just also to be clear
100%,
about something else, you
Jesus.
said you don't have a problem with children being indoctrinated. You actually advocate for children being indoctrinated. So this is another point Lux just tried to make to you that I'm cisplaining to you because I don't think you can hear when a trans person talks to you. One of the Lux was trying to explain to you, essentially, you are afraid of trans people indoctrinating children because you intend to indoctrinate children. And so anything that would say, hey, actually, here are the topics, here are the classes where it's appropriate to make people aware. Not a single child is ever pressured to be trans, merely made aware of what trans people are, that they exist, so that if they find themselves there, they might recognize that that is them. You are a Christian, Greg. You don't even give a child a second to be pressured. You just tell them from the time they're born, you're a Christian child. And I'm sure, Greg, this is what happened to you. So when it comes to indoctrination, Christianity loves to make you confidently Christian long before you ever even start evaluating whether or not Christianity is true. That way, by the time somebody asks, is Christianity true? That child essentially engages that question in the same way as like, is fire hot? I've never tested it, but I know it is as a fact. You're the indoctrinator here.
Well, I think those are two different topics. So transgenderism and Christianity. Christianity has brought many benefits to world history and societies.
And what else has it
morals,
brought? Has it also brought a shit ton of genocide?
Like, we could agree to that. Guys, those
That's not the point that he's making, though.
Christians.
That's not the point that he's making, Greg. The point that he's making is that you are completely okay with indoctrinating children. You just want to indoctrinate them with your belief system.
Can you define indoctrinating?
Like, I mean, I don't know. How do you define indoctrination? Because I would say, like,
the term first. Greg, that's you're doing a good thing by making sure this isn't a criticism. You're right. We should make sure that our definitions are consistent. You introduced the word indoctrinating earlier, so it actually makes the most sense for you to tell us your definition. And now we can sit here and go, yes, we agree with that, or no, we disagree with that. And we'll all be on the same page. Good on you, Greg, for making sure our terms are straight. Go ahead.
I want you guys to go first, though.
I'm not being
You
facetious.
are the one who brought it up. You said that trans people want to indoctrinate people, and I want you to explain that to me.
Point. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, I did bring it up. Okay, man. When I'm under pressure, I okay.
Take a second. Indoctrination.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Like teach. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's like I would say pushing something on people, teaching them, and influencing, I would say. I think.
Can I add a couple of words to it and you tell me whether or not? Okay, let's go with it's a belief. You're trying to teach somebody a belief, an idea, or the word in there is indoctrination. We'll say a doctrine, an idea or a doctrine in a way that discourages them from questioning it. It's sort of a very compelling, you accept this belief. Do not question it. Do not consider alternatives. And I'm also going to present it in a very biased way. So for example, if I was introducing, let's just say, how to groom a cat, I'm only going to show you my way. I'm only going to tell you about all the ways that other people's way of grooming cats have been shown to be negative. I'm never going to tell you any of the negatives of my personal cat grooming ways. And I do mean fur, for the record, my own cat grooming ways. And I'm going to make sure that you walk away with no information but what I have. And now you have a bias against if anybody else ever tries to teach you how to groom a cat. Would you say that we are on the same page here on what indoctrination is on that basis?
Yeah, honestly, yes.
Yeah, good. Then I would maintain, and I think Lux would too, then you advocate for indoctrination and trans people do not.
Can I say something though? I'm actually against that. You're saying, be biased. This is the only way. It's right no matter what you say. I'm actually against that. I want people to read all religions. I want people to study Islam, maybe
Why?
Judaism. I know Judaism. I want everybody to be open-minded, actually. I mean, from what I found,
I'm fine. I want people to do that if they're interested. But if there's a claim that a God exists, why can't you just engage that claim? And if nobody has met it, why is it important for everybody to study every religion? Even what you're doing is a biased method of approaching. You're essentially saying, hey, a God exists and one of these religions is correct. So you should read all of them and then decide which one you think is correct, which starts on a false premise. And when you live in America, you're going to more often than not, because of the cultural pressure, come up with Christianity. But Christianity is very famously super untrue. So what I want is, instead of advocating for what people should be believing, we advocate for good methods of evaluating claims. We teach people skepticism. And even when it comes to things that I care about, like queer people should be allowed to get married, like trans people exist, teach them the way that they can go, okay, I've now heard this. How do I go evaluate the evidence? How do I read it? How do I criticize it? And I find that not only what you're describing, Greg, and we're agreeing is indoctrination, is what you do to both, but it's not only what you do to convince children to be Christian, because again, we usually bypass that, Greg. You're most likely a Christian because someone told you that's the team you were on growing up, not because you learned how to logic the shit out and actually evaluate if Christianity is true. Not only, yes, you were, but you don't understand what those words mean. But we could, I also was asked if I wanted to be baptized, and yet I was forced. The ways in which you are culturally pressured.
Were a baby, right?
No, I was 8 years old. The way you are culturally pressured to be a Christian and to maintain Christianity for your social group is not meaningfully different than being forced. But Greg, the point I was making is, not only is that how you teach people Christianity is via indoctrination, it's also the way you try to, your people, I haven't heard your debunks yet. It is almost always the way the debunks of something like being transgender comes. Like Matt Walsh's What is a Woman movie is indoctrinating trash with hyper cherry picking, and it's also just a bad movie, and he's bad at his job. He's bad at trying to be the new Borat.
I heard it has some good ratings. I don't know.
You will go watch it for yourself and see if you can spot all the fallacies committed. I doubt you can.
I want to point out also, to be completely clear, Greg, you advocate for state enforcement and punishment for people who don't believe what you believe about gender. So regardless of the indoctrination, So regardless of the indoctrination of children, you want to force everyone in the country by pain of like the physical punishment, the restriction of freedom, like kidnapping and imprisonment of people who simply think something different than you. And you want to say that I'm an extremist who's going to destroy society. You want to harm me and a lot of people who I love.
To me, it's not harming, though. That's the difference.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't. You think imprisoning someone is not harming them, so that they can't earn a wage, so that they can't be part of their family, so they can't be with their children? You think that imprisoning someone and brainwashing them is not harm? Are you for real right now? No,
I think treating them and helping them out, I don't think.
Okay, well, what if I want to put you in a re-education camp and I want to fix your brain? What if I think you should be arrested and imprisoned until you defect your beliefs? you can't get out of prison until you say that you don't believe this crazy shit anymore. That's not harm though, right?
To you, that's not harmful, right? For me, or
I'm not asking about my position. You are the one who said it's not harmful to throw trans people in prison and re-educate them.
To me, that would be harmful. Yeah, to me, that would be harmful.
Yeah, no shit. So you advocate for harming me. You understand that it's harm when it's you, dipshit. What is wrong with you?
It's just different beliefs, you know. I don't see it as harming.
No, it's not.
You do.
You believe that it's harm when it's you, but you don't believe that it's harm when it's someone else. That's called being ideologically inconsistent. You just want the freedom to harm people. Like, you want power and you want the freedom to harm people.
I don't see it as harm, but like in this hypothetical situation.
No. Let's walk it back. Let's walk it back. Excuse me. Is it harmful if I imprison you and I say you don't get out of prison until you give up your beliefs?
Context than that. Any more context?
The context is,
like, what if I'm a threat to society? Then yeah, you would have the.
How am I a threat to society?
I just told you why. I believe what you're spreading is, you know, just dangerous.
What you are advocating for is explicitly dangerous. Explicitly, you are advocating for harm. My position is that we should teach tolerance, that deviations are normal within humans and other animals, that sexual orientation and gender identity can be fluid, and that we should be accepting of those differences.
We are animals,
Animals
Greg.
eat their babies. No, what?
Some animals
eat their
Greg.
Apparently so do fucking we. Have you not been listening about this whole Epstein thing? My belief,
of course, no, those are the enemies. Those are the enemies.
My belief,
those are the
and
enemies,
the belief of trans people in general is that we should have the freedom to do what we want, and that we should be able to live in society. Yeah. And what we want is to just be ourselves and take medicine. We want to have a basic level of respect. We don't want to be discriminated against in housing and in jobs. So to have the same rights that everybody else does, to participate in society, to be just as miserable as everyone else is and no more miserable than anyone else is. And you're saying that that justifies imprisonment.
Yeah, I hate democracy. That's why democracy has gone too far. Because we tell people, be whatever you want, be as degenerate, be as, you know, this and that. That's why, you know, I'm just
Greg,
against.
what if you're wrong about whether or not degeneracy even exists? What if you're wrong about transgenderism? How would you find out? Right. Nobody thinks they're wrong about anything which they believe. We believe every single belief you and I have has the I don't think I'm wrong about this. And yet we find out at times that we're wrong about things. Right, Greg? Have you ever found out you were wrong about something? I mean, you switched from being a conservative to an independent. Great. So what if
I was wrong about MAGA?
You're wrong about transgender people, queer people, degeneracy, even God existing? If we lived in your authoritarian society where dissent is illegal, where beliefs are criminalized, where beliefs are punished, how would you ever find out that your beliefs are wrong if it's literally illegal to even consider your beliefs as wrong?
That's a good question.
Right. Like, Greg, I can prove to you something right now, something you were just wrong about. You just said, we're not the same as animals. Animals eat their babies. Great. The majority of animals, most animals, we'll even go to mammals to make it real local. Do most mammals eat their babies or not?
I'm not sure on the numbers, but a lot of them do.
Yeah, but you're saying we're not animals because we don't eat our babies. Guess what?
No, we're not.
Most animals don't eat their babies, and even fewer mammals eat their babies. What's that?
Hey, Jimmy. You know, an animal can't give a 5-minute speech, you know? An animal
can't, they can.
You know...
Yes, they can.
What? Well, you believe humans and animals...
Greg, can you give a 5-minute speech?
I could try.
Can I give a 5-minute speech?
I think you can, right? Yeah.
Then animals can give 5-minute speeches. All you're trying to do is now move the goalposts. Because a minute ago, you said we're not animals because we don't eat our babies. But first of all, some humans have eaten their babies. And second of all, most mammals, most animals in general, but most mammals especially, in fact, amongst mammals, the ones who will eat their babies are an extreme minority. They are the exception, not the rule. So now you're moving to giving speeches, and you're valuing giving a 5-minute speech in the way humans do it. But guess what? There are pods of whales and types of birds who will relay information using vocalizations for longer than 5 minutes at a time. But it won't be in English. They won't be in human language. But also, there are lots of animals who are the only animal with their feature. Can you name me a whale, another whale that has a horn like a narwhal?
I don't know.
Name one. Well, I guess narwhals aren't animals since they're the only one that are horned, that they're the only horned whale.
Wait, so you don't believe we're superior? Wait, you don't believe we're superior over animals and insects?
No, Greg. Greg, I know we're not superior. When you say superior, what do you mean? We have specific traits that we do better. Excuse me, Greg. Excuse me, Greg.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, Greg. Excuse me, Greg. Where there are certain traits which we are superior at. We are in the way we value thinking, we are higher thinkers. However, there are creatures that can survive along magma vents. There are creatures that can survive in space. So when it comes to survivability, we're not superior. There are creatures that if we interact with them, we'll die. When we're talking about the microorganisms, so there are creatures who, right now, if we you can't shoot a microorganism with a gun. Right now, Greg, if microorganisms disappeared from the earth, you would instantly die because you, as a Homo sapien, literally rely on a shit ton of other creatures to digest your food and shit for you. So we are so dependent on so many things that no, we aren't superior. We're all just in our own niche. And so if we're talking about who's superior, it is because you value the way humans exist as the top. It is sort of a special narcissism that you think the most valuable thing is being the most human-like, when in reality, if survivability of your species is the highest form of superiority, then we don't even crack the top 1,000. There will be mushrooms here after the earth is gone because of nuclear radiation.
Yeah. That's just where I disagree. That's why I don't see a good reason
the next
to be
time
a
you need
modern
to give
day
a
leftist.
You need to give leftism has nothing to do. Literally nothing we just talked about is a value of leftism. It's just an actual understanding.
It is. Because, I'll be honest, the left used to be actually pretty good. They used to be like just common sense, good politicians. Bill Clinton was all right. I know Bill Clinton is,
no, he
weird,
wasn't.
But like his policies were his policies were pretty good.
No, they weren't. They served capitalism. They serve capitalism. We are partially where we are here today.
Was like a solid president?
Bill, I don't think any president in a long time would I call a solid president. Obviously, there are big moments that are important for the march toward leftism, like the New Deal, even like the shitty attempt Obama did at universal health care. That's going to be an important stepping stone. Joe Biden was technically the most progressive governing president ever, and there will probably be things off of. I'm sorry, what?
John F. Kennedy was fucking phenomenal, and
John F. Kennedy was a capitalist. You really don't understand how much I detest capitalism.
I'll tell you, he wanted to destroy the Federal Reserve, man. I'm telling you.
And I feel like that literally is the only headline and you don't know what the repercussions of that are. You just like hearing the phrase, I want to destroy the federal something, and that is the depth of your belief on it.
He wanted to destroy the CIA into 1,000 pieces as well.
How do you think a socialist country would look? We would destroy all kinds of organizations you hate.
Hey, man, I hate wealthy bankers, man. I think we could agree on that.
Not enough to start voting against their interest and for your own.
Because it seems like you're against capitalism, which
correct.
I'm kind of in the middle. Capitalism has its pros and has its cons, But yeah.
Right. Capitalism serves the capital good. It serves money over people. And socialism serves the social good. It serves people over money.
Well, socialism has never worked, though. The Soviet Union collapsed because the communist.
Hey, Greg, by your estimation, what kind of in your beliefs, what kind of government is China? Is it capitalist?
Oh, no. I talked to, and I got an education. Okay, they claim to be communist, but they're not actually communist. Like, the way they practice
what would your estimation be?
Of what?
China. What economic system do they have?
It's very hard because they claim to be communist, the Chinese Communist Party, but
so what are they?
They're not completely. Honestly, I can't find the word. I don't know. Like, they're a mix of a lot of things.
Are they more or less socialist than America?
Are they more or less social? I think they're more, right? Yeah.
So the second most powerful economy in the world, who's more socialist than America, who by most people in your political ideology, I consider them state capitalists, but whatever. And they are currently on the path to be the #1 most powerful economy in the world, but do go on about how socialism doesn't work.
No.
I mean, Greg, have it your way. Let's just you and I can work together to do the Nordic levels of socialism for America.
No, you can have some socialism. Like, listen, I'm not saying
let's have a lot of it.
Some aspects. You can have what? No, because it has never worked. If you have a lot of it, it has never worked. Cuba
How
fell.
do you know it's never worked, Greg?
The Soviet Union fell in 19.
And why did the Soviet Union fall?
Because the communist policies were failing. Dude, there's a long lines of bread, dude.
You believe that the USSR was still adopting? Let me ask you: was the USSR authoritarian? Was the USSR authoritarian? And was that authoritarian power a centralized power of a few individuals?
Joseph Stalin, yeah.
Therefore, it by definition wasn't communist.
What? They
communism cannot
policies.
Be individualistically authoritarian. The only type of authoritarianism you could claim would be community authoritarianism.
So let me get this straight. You believe there hasn't we've never given communism a chance. We've never seen it. We've never seen it before.
No. I think we have tried true socialism and capitalistic interests have made it their whole fucking thing to make sure that those economies fall, that it actually is outside powers and pressures forcibly fucking a nation like Cuba, for example. It's the easy one to point to because of how obviously America fucked Cuba. Their socialism was going much better than a lot of people's have in the past. And yet even then, Cuba, a nation currently impoverished but arguably socialist, still has better healthcare outcomes than America does. Last points, Greg, and then we're going to move on.
Last what? Go again?
These would be, go ahead and make your last thoughts. We've got other calls, so we're going to move on.
Yeah. First of all, it was nice talking to you guys. You guys bring challenges, to me, which is good.
Thanks, man.
I need to be challenged on. I need to be challenged on my beliefs,
I agree. Because earlier you said you're a centrist between capitalism and socialism, but at the beginning of the call, admitted that you actually do advocate for fascism, which means you don't understand most of the words you're using. So I would advise you rewatch this call, take some notes, and go do some research. Fascism isn't in the middle; it's the far right.
No, I am a far right. Yeah, I am a far right. 100%.
Then you're not in the middle of socialism and capitalism, unless you're trying to do nationalist socialism, which isn't socialism.
No, I'm against both of them, dude. Honestly, I think we should.
What about nationalist? Are you nationalist?
100%. We need to put America first. We need to stop sending $30 billion to Israel.
Are you a Christian nationalist? You're a Christian and a nationalist?
Okay, what would you define that as, a Christian nationalist?
Well, earlier you said you believe that America, you said that America should embrace Christianity. So that would be nationalism and Christianity.
I don't believe in supremacy. Like, I don't believe we should make Christians superior over other people.
Well, you said that you wanted to enforce a Christian worldview on people by throwing them in prison.
Right. Luxander, you earlier said you would put Luxander in a concentration camp. We pointed out that transgender stuff is...
camp.
Right, you didn't have to. You described it. If you say the definition of a word and I just go with the word. What's that? Yes, a prison for re-educating and quote unquote helping a specific group of people. What do you think a concentration camp is?
Wait.
What do you think a concentration camp is?
Starving? Wait. It would include starving.
Incorrect.
It would include
Holy shit, Greg! You don't know the words you're using. America had concentration camps for Asian citizens.
No, they didn't. Scholars debate that. What are you talking?
There's a difference, Greg, between a concentration camp and an extermination camp. We're not accusing you of creating extermination camps, but when you take a certain group of people, when you take a certain, hey, Greg, I know that it's fucking impossible for you to let a feminine person finish a sentence, but shut up for a second. Thank you. When you take a certain group of people and you take them out of society and you concentrate them into one area so that you can re-educate them or whatever the fuck you're doing, that's called a concentration camp. George Takei, a still living person, Japanese American, grew up for several years in a concentration camp on American soil.
Yeah. Greg, you need to rewatch the call, take notes, and go look some stuff up. Best of luck, man.
I'm doing. Okay. Hey, thanks, guys.
Later. All right. He's on hold. I will give you all 90 seconds because we have other calls we could do instead. If in the next 90 seconds, I'm dead ass, this is how much it would cost. It will take $250 in a single super chat for me to take Andrew from New Jersey's call.
He's waiting.
Dead ass. Somebody would have to pay me $250 in one super chat to take Andrew from New Jersey. I'm giving you like 90 seconds. That is how much it would take. Otherwise, we're going to take a different call because Andrew is just hung up. So don't even worry about it. Andrew did not want us to make 250. Andrew is happy to call in and get platformed and have his bullshit said. But if we're going to make a substantial amount of money off it, thereby making it worth our time, Andrew's bailing. So don't even worry about the super chat. Andrew left because all he wants is your captive ears to listen to his time and time again utter bullshit that he cannot back up.
Hit like if you're glad that we didn't get an Andrew call today.
Yeah, no shit. Please double tap that screen right now. Let's see. Scott in Missouri, our next independent. How are you, Scott?
Well, hey, how you doing?
Just fine. How's Missouri this time of year?
He's reading my voice. And I hope I have a cheerful voice. And you certainly do have one, too. And so does your lovely assistant.
Thank you. And for our next trick, Scott, how old are you?
I'm laughing too. Let's go on. Let's cut the comedy. I'll talk about what I wanted to talk
Scott,
about.
Did you hear? Hey, Scott, did you hear my question?
Yeah. No, I guess I missed it.
Okay.
I was
all
laughing.
right. Don't worry that. If I talk up a little bit in this call, it means because we're seeing the connection's not very good. Don't take it personally. I'm just going to make sure you hear my question. So, Scott,
no.
How old are you?
Well, I'm almost 66.
Almost 66. Well done. And in the last 3 elections that Donald Trump ran for president, who did you vote for? Was it Trump all 3 times? Some sort of mix? Who did you vote for?
Of course it was Trump all 3 times. I mean, who else have I got to vote for?
Well, here it says you're an independent, and since MAGA is a somewhat extreme right-wing movement running on Project 2025 and the like, I would have thought an independent. I mostly asked because I assumed as an independent, maybe you would have gone, wow, things were really bad at the end of 2020. COVID was handled so badly. I at least want to try something different.
Well,
but
COVID
I knew you were
not handled badly. I think he did.
No,
I think he or anybody else. I would have liked to see what Kamala would have done. And
well, Kamala wasn't running in 2020. Kamala wasn't running in 2020, but we objectively. Hang on, Scott.
Seen what she would have done.
Man, Scott, we're not even past the introductions. Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
You got to chill, man, because we're not even past the introduction. So let's finish the introduction real quick. We have a live chat here. Hang on. Scott, we'll get there.
That I was thinking, which I did not think.
Oh, my God, Scott, we will get there. We'll get there. All I was responding to was your assertion of... Jesus Christ, Scott. Okay.
Yeah, so I got it. You're religious. Okay.
Scott, we have a chat right now of 1,600 people watching. They are going to talk about this. I advise you don't watch it. It's very distracting, but they're going to want to know, should they refer to you as a he, a she, a they, or something else? If you could just in one word, please simply answer and we'll get to the points.
Well, he, and I don't give a rat's what the chat's saying.
Cool. Good. Me neither. Honestly,
I brought up an opinion
chat's
that
crazy.
300 people turn ugly on me. I can take it.
Chats are terrible. Okay, Scott.
I don't give a darn what those idiots have to say. All right, yes.
Yeah, me neither. Ugh, those idiots. All right, Scott.
Those idiots.
Yeah, you and me both. Scott, I don't know what the John Bates organization is. Is it a very masterful organization? Is it a masterful Bates organization?
John Bates.
It says here you believe in the John Bates organization. Maybe the screener heard you wrong. So what is the organization that you said you believe in?
No, it's the John Birch.
Brother John Birch organization. I see.
Yeah, I'm not a member of the John Birch organization. I can't be because I'm an agnostic. You have to be a Christian to be a member of that organization.
But you would like Christian nationalism.
Well, no, I would not like Christian nationalism. Then you're nothing more than Iran, a religious dictatorship.
So why do you support the John Birch? So why do you support the John Birch organization?
Well, because you strip away the religiosity, and I like what else is there. There is belief in the Constitution. There's belief in the Republic. There's belief in the nation. There's belief in fellowship.
How do you feel about Hitler's policies if you strip away the Nazism? Was Hitler good?
Well, wait a minute. All right, you're giving me a
parallel example, because you're saying if you strip away the terrible authoritarian shit, I like the stuff left over. Let me tell you, Hitler, vegetarian, and loved German Shepherds. I'm not a vegetarian, but boy, do I fuck with German Shepherds.
I knew that, yeah.
So should I say, like, I fuck with Hitler because we have that in common, because I strip away the Nazism? Or, Scott, is it a problem for you to go, hey, here's a short list of, like we could go with Trump. Trump, I'm a conservative. Here are the things I like about him. But the good conservatives right now go, but I'm done with Trump because he's a pedophile protector. So I'm going to go with somebody who doesn't do that and somebody who hasn't stuck with him.
Are you certain he's done that? He is a pedophile
that he has protected pedophiles? Yeah, 100%.
Is a little worn out too.
Yeah,
but I would
say 100%. Yeah. I would say I feel 100% confident.
Well, then
he's a pedophile
that's
protector.
Your conjuncture, and that's
would you like the evidence?
And
would you like the evidence? Would you like the evidence?
Well, I think you've got evidence, but evidence.
Would you like it?
Yeah, I do not believe that you have solid evidence. If you did have solid evidence,
like the evidence,
you should take it to the Department of Justice or the FBI. I don't have to.
Scott, I don't have to take it because they are the origin of the evidence. They have it.
Oh my God, how enlightened! Okay.
Would you like the rest of the evidence, Scott, or we just?
Yeah, go right ahead. Let's hear that.
Okay, so we now know, because of not Democrats but Republicans who went and read the unredacted files, that first of all, Donald Trump's redactions in there are even more than we knew, and seemingly for no other reason than to protect him, but that there were individuals, in fact, they gave a list of 6 names recently, just to start, of individuals in those files who have been redacted, who have been implicated in crimes. So now when we go to how does that make Donald Trump a pedophile protector? Well, a few things. One, we know that Pam Bondi serves at his interest in a way that we have not had it in previous presidents. Merrick Garland, for example, operated independently of Joe Biden. This very well illustrated by the fact that it was his Department of Justice that then indicted Hunter Biden against Joe Biden's will, leading to him eventually pardoning Hunter Biden. So we already know that, but if we didn't already know that, we also know by certain leftist extremists like, hang on, I'm not done, Scott. Scott, I apologize. Scott, I apologize. I'm not done.
Hey, man,
Scott,
you're not holding the ball, man.
Scott.
Yeah.
You asked for my evidence, and you're not letting me present it.
Okay, go ahead.
We also know from certain radical leftists, that's a joke because I'm going to now talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene and others like Nancy Mace and others in Congress were brought in to Donald Trump and essentially told, you're done in Congress if you vote to release the Epstein files. And in fact, that it is Donald Trump who didn't just not release them, actively stopped people from releasing the files after campaigning on them, only coming out to quote unquote, I'm sorry, Scott, I'm not done. I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Scott, only coming out quote unquote to support them when it became clear that the vote would pass unanimously with only one dissent, meaning it would also be veto proof. So that is when Donald Trump started to quote unquote support their release. And then we started to get all of the redactions, which people were able to do simple things like copy and paste to get behind and find that time after time after time, people linked to Donald Trump and people who are powerful in the world were being hidden. Donald Trump's DOJ works at his behest. The redactions happened at his behest. There for you is the straight line through the DOJ and the FBI that Donald Trump has put active effort into stopping justice against pedophiles.
Well, I can go along with some of that because I believe that a lot of people who were in on that were in countries that we are trying to cooperate with insofar as the war against
so they get an exception for being pedophiles? And Donald Trump only protected them because we need their friendships?
Expose them all.
And Donald Trump isn't exposing them all.
Do you think that
you do realize
Kamala
you just agreed with what I said?
I don't believe so.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do believe Kamala Harris would have been better.
Oh my God! Then you believe in the spaghetti monster that flies through the air.
Well, my evidence is that
God. You're killing me here.
Oh my God! Here we go.
You're killing me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is malleable, and clearly there hasn't been a reason for her not to. It would have actually been politically extremely advantageous to. And in fact, Scott, when she was asked,
conjecture.
Excuse me, Scott, when she was asked, sir, you're going to accuse me of conjecture? You're literally speculating with zero evidence that she would be worse and then invoked the flying spaghetti monster. I don't think I would use the word conjecture if I were you, Scott, for fear you would look absolutely stupid. But maybe you don't mind. Now, Scott, when asked by an interviewer,
that Kamala would be any different.
Yeah.
Or Joe Biden.
When asked by an interviewer why, this was after Donald Trump was already elected, why they had the files so long and didn't release them, what was her response?
Who, Kamala's? I don't know what her response was.
Yeah, I know you don't. So you're sitting here saying like you have evidence she wouldn't have been beter.
Well,
her response happens to be consistent
you're
and
into
true.
This all the time. I'm 66, 65, 64.
Who released the Epstein files?
What?
Who released the Epstein files? Who released them?
Who released the Epstein files? I would believe that was in the Biden Department of Justice.
Nope. No. It's this year. What happened that caused the Epstein files to be released?
I believe it was a court order.
Nope. It was a congressional vote. So you now are basically asserting, Scott. So Scott, you are now asserting first, and by the way, didn't need to happen. Donald Trump could have declassified the files. He has that power. We literally didn't have to go this way. This was part of his obstruction. Make them do it, even though I could. So now, Scott,
by the redactions.
Right. So you acknowledge that Donald Trump is like you've literally basically said you agree, but you've also said that Kamala Harris would have been worse. So you're suggesting that Kamala Harris.
Well, that's
when Congress passed a law. Excuse me. When Congress passed a law. Excuse me, Scott. Excuse me, Scott. Excuse me, Scott. Excuse me, Scott. You said she would be worse, which would mean that when Congress, because the president didn't pass the law, Congress did. Excuse me, Scott. When Congress passed the law with all but one person voting for it, you believe Kamala Harris would have vetoed that law?
Well, under pressure, I don't believe she would have.
And do you believe that more or less things would have been redacted under Kamala Harris?
Who can say? Really, I don't know.
I can because we actually found out. I
kind of doubt
Scott.
that there would be
Scott.
more.
I can speak to it, Scott, because the redactions clearly coming from Donald Trump, a lot of them are anything that implicates him, to the point that there's a part of a document where the only excuse me, Scott. To the point that there was a document where the only word redacted was the word don't, because they forgot the apostrophe in don't. So it actually read Don space T, and their machine, which was automatically redacting shit, accidentally redacted don't because it might have read like Donald Trump. There's another one where it is a public picture that anyone could have looked up of him at a campaign event, not at the island, but because the computer recognized his face, redacted his face. So yes, I think there would be fewer redactions because the DOJ and FBI wouldn't have spent millions of dollars and thousands of agents worked redacting them. Sorry, what?
Who was that? Whose campaign event?
Donald Trump's campaign event.
You lost me there.
Giving a speech. Donald Trump. There's a photo of Donald Trump giving a speech. It is a public photo, but the computer recognized his face and redacted his face, showing that it had a directive to just take him out of the files, and that the only files we got of Donald Trump are the ones that the DOJ felt confident they would be able to defend, because they knew if we got nothing, the cover-up would be obvious. And now we know people going behind the scenes and seeing the unredacted files.
You've got a Department of Justice under Trump doing illegal stuff in a banana republic way. Oh my God!
Correct.
What?
Correct.
This is the United States. It's not Venezuela.
Unfortunately, Donald Trump is trying to make it more authoritarian. He's literally trying to, hey, does the Constitution allow the federal government to federalize the elections?
I don't believe they do.
In fact, it prohibits it. It says that the states get to run their elections. Now tell me, is Donald Trump trying to federalize the elections?
That I have heard, and I don't believe that should happen. But
right. So Donald Trump, as you're sitting there going, "Oh my God, they're breaking the law and being so authoritarian," they're literally breaking the law and being authoritarian.
Where you don't have to have ID, and you can vote multiple times, and you can have the dead vote, or you can have illegal aliens vote.
Which state allows people to vote without? Which state allows people to vote without ID when they register to vote?
Well, I thought I heard California.
Yeah, you'd be incorrect. You have to prove you are who you are when you register to vote. And then voting happens at the precinct level, so you don't have to show an ID when you walk into the precinct that you registered and said you would be there. You sign an affidavit, the signatures are compared. When it comes to mail-in voting, which has actually been shown to be some of the best voting we have, you prove your ID when you register. They send it to your address. You can say, oh my God, you do realize that Donald Trump's own people, the cyber ninjas, tried to audit the Arizona mail-in election and actually found not only was it accurate, the only instances of fraud they could find were in Trump's favor. And when they made the adjustment, Biden went up by like 12 votes or something menial that wouldn't have changed the election anyway. So Scott, you're saying, oh my God, in response to demonstrative, objective facts that you don't believe because you just gulp down whatever Newsmax tells you is true.
Heavy duty John McCain territory, and they had a gripe with Trump. That doesn't surprise me. And so they were willing to elect or try to elect, and I guess they did elect a corpse hooked up to the car battery over Donald Trump.
So you acknowledge that there isn't a widespread fraud issue, that we need to federalize the elections.
There was also there was vote harvesting, and that's not really illegal.
There was what?
Drop boxes. Vote harvesting. Which is,
Republicans and Democrats do vote harvesting.
Yeah.
All vote harvesting is, when you describe vote harvesting, what you're describing is We made sure more people voted. We went out in targeted neighborhoods and said, "Hey guys, can you turn in your vote?" Okay, so you were saying
on the door, and
then why did you make Scott? Why did you make that?
Here's a ballot. Would you like to vote?
Scott, why would you? First of all, ballot harvesting does not include taking them their ballot, because ballots are delivered through. If it's a mail-in vote, they're delivered to your address by UPS, right? To the one you registered after you proved who you were. So Scott, you were giving that as your proof of fraud. At this point, I'm like, I'm not. You're having L after L after L that I just am tempted to just be like, what do you feel about trans people, and let you and Lux do it. Not that Lux can handle a lot of the other issues too, but I would be remiss if I didn't tokenize them.
So you think that I don't doubt that California and the whole West Coast, some people call it the West Coast, voted for Joe Biden. And that's including Arizona too. So that doesn't surprise me.
Great. We both agree that there's not fraud. There's not widespread fraud that justifies federalizing the election.
It's just, it's just my gut feeling. I have to believe there was fraud there. Same thing when.
See, this is the thing,
Bush
though, Scott.
and,
I'm sorry for being just silent and a silent observer this whole time. I want to interject here. This is the fundamental difference between someone like you with a conservative ideology versus people like us with a left-leaning ideology, is that I don't go and make policy on my gut feeling. If there's voter fraud, I want to have an investigation. I want to see the numbers. When we do these investigations and we see the numbers, the incidence of voter issues or like voter fraud, or like somebody gets sent a ballot twice by accident, it's like literally a fraction of a percent. Like 0.000067%, like that level of like myopia. So like this is not a widespread problem. I'm really interested in where you get your news from, that like you're just willing to blindly believe that like Trump is a good guy and Kamala would have done worse, and there's massive voter fraud. Like, where do you get this information?
She was a nutcase. How many people who was on her staff left? You can't work with somebody who's got that kind of...
Scott, what percentage of Donald Trump's first cabinet? People? Hey, Scott, what percentage of Trump's first cabinet served in the second cabinet?
Probably none, because he made really bad choices.
Almost none.
And yet you voted for him.
Almost
you're sitting
none.
there and saying you're sitting and saying Kamala Harris had members of her staff not like her. Donald Trump couldn't even get an endorsement from his old vice president. Mike Pence did not endorse Donald Trump.
Vice president was a bad choice. I hated that guy.
Was he? Yeah, I know you hated him because Donald Trump eventually hated him. You didn't hate him before Donald Trump told you to hate him.
Can I ask? I would like to ask a question, Scott. So how do you feel about the fact that you voted in the guy who is trying to upend the Constitution by federalizing state elections?
Well, I haven't had a chance to study that yet. Now,
you're uneducated and you're trying to have a conversation about something you don't know anything about. Repeatedly, you have repeatedly demonstrated that you have no fucking idea what's going on in the world.
Now,
like, how do you have such a strongly held opinion? This is the issue. I have a strongly held opinion because I pay attention to what's going on, and like I understand the ramifications.
Too, so I try to keep up with what I can keep up with.
So do I. Yeah, but like when I vote, I try to make sure I understand who it is that I'm voting for and what the potential consequences are going to be. And like I knew in 2016 that Trump's election spelled a severe turn toward authoritarianism. Are you capable of having a conversation?
Scott, shut up, dude.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with how a dialogue works? I have a question, Scott. Do you understand how a conversation works?
Scott, because Scott cannot.
He's not capable.
Scott keeps interrupting and is now trying to move to a completely different issue. Because Scott is getting defeated so badly that he's like, well, I got to leave the election thing here. And now I got to go to illegal immigration, which he's not going to listen to us on. He'll talk over us. And when he loses, he's going to go, and you don't believe that there's kitty litter in people's classrooms? Like, that's what fundamentally is going to happen. In fact, let's unmute Scott. Scott, our
Did you
teachers
stop
putting
talking
kitty
at all
litter.
during that?
Did you? Yeah, you were muted that whole time, Scott. Because do you believe that there's kitty litter in classrooms?
Is there kitty litter in classrooms?
Yeah, that there are kids coming to school pretending to be cats, and that the school's providing them kitty litters to go to the bathroom in.
Well, I don't know that would be happening. I think that's kind of crazy.
Thank fucking Christ, because Texas tried to pass a law on the basis of that supposedly happening. So now, since we're going to talk about, like, you're talking about the election, you're talking about fraud, Donald Trump claimed in 2016 that millions of people voted illegally in California, and that's why he lost the popular vote. Do you believe that that claim was true or false?
Well, I don't know it was millions. I'm pretty sure it was a bunch of people, but then I don't know.
So now, in 2017, in May of 2017, Donald Trump created a commission to go and investigate that voter fraud. It was led by Chris Kobach. Do you remember that guy? To go and investigate that. What was the conclusion when they disbanded in 2018 about voter fraud in California?
I've spoken to Chris Kobach a few times. I don't know. I haven't had a talk with him in years, so I don't know.
Yeah,
so
you and Kobach.
You're throwing
so
things at
in
me
2018, I haven't talked to him at all, and yet I know the conclusion of his commission. The conclusion in 2018 is that there is no evidence of substantial or widespread fraud, and that the election would not be changed at any level if you were able to find the few instances that may have occurred.
Well,
so Donald Trump's own investigation and commission into it was not able to find evidence. Now, this is back when we ran.
All along the West Coast, I'm not terribly surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. I did forget that, they could have used magic, so it could have been magical.
Well, no, I don't think they used magic. I just think they used the usual voters.
So you did. So what you're saying is, when you were first asked, yes, you believed him, maybe not millions, but that there was a lot of illegal votes in California. And then when the commission found out, when the commission finds out that it didn't happen, you're like, yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't happen. But earlier, you said it was your gut feeling. So your gut feeling told you it did happen. I just proved to you in an instance that it didn't happen, and you're going to keep holding to your gut feelings.
Overall,
Jesus fucking Christ. Anybody who says they vote on gut feelings should be not allowed to vote.
Now, there was a lot of illegal votes in California, but not on a widespread huge
I lament that you can vote. All of these elections have been audited, and no evidence for what you said have been found.
Shadow out the illegal votes.
There wasn't illegal votes, not in any substantial way.
Illegal votes.
There wasn't. Scott, did you go to kindergarten?
Feeling on my part.
Hey Scott, did you go to kindergarten?
You need to get some Imodium because your gut fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah, you should put your listening ears on.
Now, what did you say about kindergarten?
Yeah, I wanted to know if you have been taught the concept of listening.
Well, no, but when I'm talking to two people, I say I'm listening to one person, I respond, and then another guy responds, so I respond.
No, except you have been constantly talking over both of us.
Why don't you tell him to be quiet, and you and me will have a conversation?
Hey, Scott, are you married?
Yes.
What's her favorite color?
What's my favorite color?
No, what's your wife's favorite color?
Oh, it's pink.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Can I ask her?
Well, no, she's not here right now.
When's your anniversary?
Well, we just had it. It's Valentine's Day.
Oh, got it. Oh, she made it easy for you?
I don't know what you're talking about. You
should ask her later if it's really Valentine's Day or if she changed it so you would remember.
Well, now you're being a smart ass.
What color foundation does she usually have to put around her eye?
Now you're being insulting.
Yes,
now that's
correct.
Really low.
Correct.
That's really low.
You've been rude the entire time, Scott.
Scott, 2 minutes ago you told me to go fuck myself. Welcome to Thunderdome,
because you were being a general jackass.
And you're being a little bitch.
And you have interrupted both of us constantly the entire call.
Yeah.
I feel like you're like incapable of understanding that you fucking started it.
I haven't interrupted
you. Have been rude the entire time. Literally
my
since the
God.
introduction. Literally since the
so
first
I respond
sentences
to you.
Jimmy
The other
tried
guy
to exchange with you.
I respond to him. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Oh, you're God.
You've been talking over both of us the entire time. Like literally since you got on.
Firecracker, when somebody is mad, they go, what?
Scott, how many handles deep are you right now?
We didn't do that. How dare you yell?
Hey, Scott, how many handles deep are you right now?
Oh, how many what?
Handles deep are you right now?
Handles deep. So that's is that some new way of saying how drunk I am?
I don't think it's a new way. I mean, I am asking how drunk you are.
Yeah,
but
I think it is. I haven't heard it before. And no, I'm not drunk.
You
don't get drunk.
Just sustaining a solid buzz.
You're just belligerent, not drunk.
Add or orange juice.
Yeah. Yeah. What about the other things you were drinking?
Well, I haven't been drinking other things other than
Scott, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance today?
Of soda.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance today?
Well, it's none of your business. Maybe I'll rate it pretty good.
No, just rate it. Who cares, Scott? Just share it with me.
Well, actually, I wasn't calling on politics. So I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance today? Could you just answer?
Oh, you're being an asshole. I'd say pretty good.
Pretty good, like an 8?
Oh, who can say? Maybe, who knows? What would you rate your performance?
Now, in 1993, would you rate whatever your number is today? You wouldn't give it. Would that number be higher or lower? And I'm, of course, referring to 1993, the last time you had an unmedicated erection. Was your erection better or worse than your performance today?
You're a real piece of work.
That's true.
You're trying to find out my senility.
That's true. All right. Well, Scott, call us next time.
You're being a general jackass. Is what you are.
True. Scott, what I would like you to do is call us the next time just after you have a natural erection. You have a good day.
He couldn't even he couldn't even stop talking long enough for your insults to come out all the way.
I know. And I was proud of that one.
That was a good one.
I was trying to suggest he uses performance enhancing drugs to debate and to get boners, but I couldn't get all the way there because I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
All right, guys. Why don't you pick the next one? I'll backseat it for a little bit. I know I'm going a little too much.
Yeah, I'm having fun. Yeah, I mean, sure. Let's take Ryan from Texas, who's a conservative and didn't give pronouns. Hi, Ryan. You're live with Luxander and Jimmy. How's it going?
Good. Can you hear me well?
Yeah. So for the purposes of the audience, where there's like 1,500 people here listening, 1,800 people listening, would you like them to refer to you with he pronouns, she pronouns, or they, them?
He is fine.
Cool. How old are you, Ryan?
I am 27.
Cool. I just want to make sure we got that. All right, I'm going to go pee even. That's how much I'm going to enable.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, your topic here is about gender-affirming care. Why don't you lay it down for me? Give me a couple sentences describing your position.
So, essentially, I disagree with gender-affirming care, mainly on the affirming part of it. And it is more so and not necessarily looking at, hey, does this make people feel better after X treatment? It's more so, I do feel like the whole thing is misguided just off of the basis of what it is. So all research is going into it right now. Research showing that any possibly negatives, everything post that, it's in the incorrect format, I would say, from just the nature of, gender affirming. So if you'd like me to elaborate on that, or if you have any questions on that, I'd be more than
I'm curious.
More than happy to answer them.
So do you oppose women, cis women, non-trans women getting breast enhancement, breast enlargement?
No, and let me lay this baseline down to you. Hey, if an adult man wants to cosmetically change his body and wear makeup and everything, request to be called she. all power to you. That's not something that I necessarily would recommend someone doing, but I am like very, very pro individualism, and expression is fine with that. My problem mostly lies in the idea that gender affirming care, the justification behind that is quote unquote life-saving. That's what's like trying to get pushed to obviously have it approved.
Well, so I'm going to interrupt you for a second because I want you to be precise. If you're okay with someone who is born female getting a boob job, then you don't actually have a problem with gender affirming care. You have a problem with transgender health care.
Okay. I agree with that completely. It depends on the intention, the intent of the result, and the intent of the person seeking the care is really, I guess, the main pinch point. So if, say a female gets a boob job with the full recognition of, hey, this is me just cosmetically changing my body to appear sexually more, or maybe sexually more feminine, which I guess that is exactly what more sexually attractive would end up being. Again, I'm not against that in totality. That's not something I'm necessarily extremely for. I do think that like body image is very important, and that is like negative towards feminine body image, but by no means would I like try to write in a law to prevent that. My main issue is lying within if you are well, obviously the hot topics, obviously child affirming care or child gender affirming care. If you're a child and you have a list of struggles, depressive disorders, anxiety, X, Y, and Z, and one of those things that you land upon maybe will just be discomfort in your expression of gender, and one of our solutions will be to attempt to affirm the gender that you desire to express, and with the expected result being that this is what will like be the best thing for you to do. I do think that is where the entire problem lies with me. So if you can elect to do it, check, knowing that it's cosmetic,
I mean, if you want to,
fine.
like,
Ryan, are you driving?
Yes.
I need you to pull over, otherwise we got to put you on mute and try again later. We don't. It's too much of a liability for us to do these calls with. You're either going to give inadequate attention to us or the road. That's pretty much the two options. So we either got to have you pull over, or we can put you on hold and try again if you tell us how long you need.
That's fair enough. How late do y'all run?
It depends on how we feel, but we'll be going a while longer for sure. Can you just pull over? I think we'd rather just continue.
I'll be reavailable. Oh, no, absolutely. I wish I could. I am heading somewhere, and I kind of need to stay on the road. So I do apologize. I was just trying to squeeze this in. But, yeah, I mean, if it's another day, what are y'all stream date?
Lux will be back with me next Thursday, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate y'all having me.
Thanks, Ryan. How'd it go while I was gone, though?
Pretty boring.
Okay. Well, look forward to another pretty boring call next. We'll find it. If anybody else wants to call in and advocate against gender affirming care for minors, the lines are presently still open, and you could do so. This feels like it's going to be not real. Mousie in Georgia. How are you? Mousie, Georgia. Can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hello.
I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. How are you?
Yay! I'm good. I'm walking my dog because I'm like so swollen. How are you guys? Love the show.
Cool.
Okay.
Have you called in before, Mousie?
No, this is my first time, but I have been listening for quite some time.
How old are you, Mousie?
Why? 35. I just sound like this. 35, August 13th, 1990. Emily.
Okay. Well, no, I don't need all that. I don't need all the birth date and everything. I certainly don't need your zodiac sign. I don't believe in nonsense. You're a theist. You believe in God. It'd be weird if you believe in astrology and Christianity at the same time. So which God are you believing in?
I don't believe in Christianity. I'm not really organized religion. I'm more sort of spiritual. But I did.
What does that mean?
Was looking. Well, spiritual?
Yeah, what would it mean to not be religious but be spiritual?
So, for me, like, I don't organized religion. I think is dumb, and I just don't believe in it because I feel like it's like a crutch. I feel like it's for like weak people because it makes people feel like, oh, well, it's not up to me. No, it's you.
All right.
You have the power.
Well, that'd be your feelings about organized religion, but what is spiritual in contrast to religious?
I would say, have you ever read The Parable and the Sower?
No.
Okay, so with The Parable and the Sower, the protagonist is like basically a super empath, right? And her idea of like the Bible and God is like, God is whatever you need him to be. Like,
are we on speakerphone or something, Mousie? This audio is kind of hard to parse. Oh, now I don't. Oh, lost the call. Is that Mousie calling back? There they are. Let's find out.
R.I.P.
Mousie, we got you back. What are we? Yeah. Hey, whatever we're doing on the speaker. Are we on speakerphone or what is this audio?
You were initially, but I was walking my dog when I just got in the house, so you're not on speaker anymore.
If we can stay backed off of the mic and try and just enunciate a little extra clearly, because your audio is not great. So just if you can work with us a little bit on that. All right. So anyway, spiritual as opposed to religious. Do you believe that the Bible is a true story?
I believe that maybe like the skeleton, there is some truth to it. But
yeah, but that's not really what I'm asking. I think it's pretty clear I'm asking, do you believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the mythical sort of stories that lead up to it? So then what makes you spiritual?
No.
Do you believe just in spirits? Do you believe ghosts exist? Do you believe you have a ghost? Do you believe there's an afterlife? What is spiritual?
As far as like spiritual, I feel like before I start going off on here, I'm on the lower end of the spectrum and I have the ADHD, so I'm going to just try and keep it distinct and not like hit every corner on the way to the destination. So for me, like spiritual is basically like the parable in the Sower. It's like God is whatever you like need him to be, right? So like the Bible, I'm going to circle back to it. Like the Bible is like basically controlling and like outlining, oh, like do this or if you do this, but like it's weird that you put a price, like if you like rape somebody's daughter or whatever, then you just pay for them. That doesn't make any sense. Obviously that's been written by man. But the Book of Psalms and everything, right? So I wish I could.
Are you going to be insulted if I keep just cutting in and say, I don't want you to feel offended. I similarly suffer from excessive tangent syndrome, I'll call it, okay? Mousie,
yeah.
I don't need to know what you think is weird about the Bible. You've already said you don't believe in the Bible. Mm. You don't believe the story of Jesus, but that people can find truth if they read the book. Great. So it's a book. Every book has that. So now, what is spiritual?
I guess spiritual to me is what the Bible is supposed to be. So spiritual to me is like the good and balance. Like I don't need a book to tell me that I'm doing something that's not right. That's like morally wrong because you feel that. Like spiritually, like we're born, quote unquote, with like the Jesus gene or a God gene or whatever. So we're born knowing what's wrong and what's right.
I totally disagree that we're born knowing what's wrong and right. And in fact, Mousie, I don't think you really believe that either. Why did people used to believe slavery was true if not they were taught that it was their culture? If it weren't culturally that they were influenced to believe it was true.
If they were taught that though. So like they weren't born like, oh, okay, cool.
Right. So you're saying you're born with the values and I'm saying you aren't. I'm saying they didn't go, hey, I was taught to do slavery even though I can feel it's wrong. People died to preserve slavery because they felt very strongly it was true. So I'm saying your values, your morals, and even the way you come up with those values and morals are not something you're born with. They are learned, that somebody teaches you them. And you might have better reasoning skills. You might even have an aptitude for it. You might be a person who more naturally things like logic skepticism come to? I think that tends to run deep in the autistic culture. I think that skepticism and autism tend to be friendly more often than neurotypical people see it. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling, as the last caller would say. So Mousie, what I'm asking you is, do you really believe we're born with the knowledge of what's right and wrong? And if so, where did that knowledge come from?
Okay, let me try. Not born with the knowledge, like you already know how to do these things. I think what I mean is like it's more like, okay, even like with a kid, like a toddler, right? Like if a toddler like hits somebody and they start crying, they look at them confused, not like, haha, I hit you, good, that was like my intention. They're confused because they don't know what they did, but they feel like they did something wrong, and it's confusing. So it's like
sometimes
not so much that they're born.
Even what you just described is
like
learned behavior. You can watch people use even like a lot of toddlers, if they get hit, because of the way people will be like, and sort of there's an expectation that the child's going to start crying. They start crying, even if it's just a mild, like something hit me. It didn't do real pain, but it hit me. But if you actually laugh in response to like an accidental thing, even things that hurt a little bit, you can literally teach a kid to brush it off and laugh. So literally everything you're describing is the way we socially observe. Yes, kids often look confused as they are observing. How am I supposed to react here? So I think, Mousie, if I can help you, it's that you believe everybody is born with empathy, which also isn't true, but is at least often the case. And how much you engage that empathy is more of a learned behavior, but that fundamentally, if we see injustice, we have an innate sense of, I don't want injustice, therefore I don't like seeing injustice toward others. I think that's maybe what you're trying to communicate, but none of that would be spirituality, because there's a purely naturalistic explanation for that.
Okay, well, okay, fine. Can I, because I remember you mentioning before that you said that you were raised Mormon, and then you had like what you thought was a spiritual awakening, and then you went and got diagnosed, or they told you it was like a symptom of your autism. Can you run that on me one more time? Because I remember when you were saying it, and it's like, I had something of the sort, but it wasn't.
I'm sorry, what was the beginning of your question? I was unfortunately reading chat. What are you asking me?
So when you said that you had, when you were raised Mormon, and then you had like what you thought was like I don't know, your celestial situation or happenstance, and then you said that you went to like the hospital, you got seen, and then you're like, that was just like a symptom of your autism, or it wasn't actually spiritual, it was just like a medical thing.
Okay, I think what you're referring to is I was taught to believe that prayer works, and the thing that affirmed my testimony was often when I would be having symptoms of my chronic illness reach a point of very peak pain, I would pray to God and say, hey, God, I can't handle this. You promised you'd never give us anything we can't handle. I need you to take this away from me. And usually shortly after that, the pain would subside. And then I found out later that actually just happened to be, if I just wait past my peak, the peak is usually the sign that it's almost over. So the peak pain actually happens at the end. And so later when testing it, I could either not pray at all. I could pray to a genie. I could pray to a different God. It would always be the same outcome. And so I had been taught confirmation bias from the church. I think that's what you're referring to, but I don't know.
Yes. So, okay. So with that, like, I guess I was receiving it wrong the last time. So, can I give like a little anecdote? I'll try and keep it like 30 seconds and short, and I'll just speak really quickly.
Is this speaking to what spirituality is, or the point that you're making, or is this just like a story that's similar to that?
I feel spiritual.
Okay.
No. Okay. So
very
like,
briefly.
No. It's so. I'm sorry. So long story short, that's not relevant. Okay, back in 2014, right? Like I spent the whole first part of my life trying to be who I thought everyone else wanted me to be. I was miserable, blah, blah, blah. And then I actively tried to like kill myself. I was in Wisconsin. I was running to the lake in the winter and jumping in, which was freezing. And like I would blah, blah, blah. And then like at the last minute, I would come up. After that, I was like, okay, obviously you don't want to die, because if you wanted to, I was in the military. I could have like shot myself. I was around like ammo and like all this other stuff. Obviously, didn't want to die. So like I made the changes and stuff, and I started loving myself. After that, like when I say spiritual, like everything changed. So like I think it's like once everything changed, I started feeling more, like the whole like feeling it in like my throat and like under my rib cage and like around my belly button, and then like I would be more intentional about things. Like I just moved out here to Atlanta. Someone stole my car, killed my dog, my grandma died, I lost my job, like on the same day as my grandma, right? And I could like stress out or whatever, but I'm like saying like, you know what, as long as I walk in spirit and as long as I walk with God and I do everything I'm supposed to, it'll just work out. It'll work out how it's supposed to.
But
even if it's bad.
But what if
so
it does? Like, right. So that's, you've also learned confirmation bias, but you taught it to yourself. Even if it's bad, that's what was supposed to happen. What if there is no supposed to happen? And what if everything you just described about your development can actually be more explained by engaging your trauma? And not everybody has to go to therapy to get past trauma, nor does everybody who goes to therapy and feels past trauma is actually past trauma. Certain elements of the things that you're describing sounds like you go more quickly into the denial phase and never have to get out of it. But none of this actually demonstrates anything exists, nor do I still, and I'm sorry, I'm going to use a swear word here. I'm not mad at you, but I still don't know what the fuck you are saying spiritual is.
Is it so bad to like, okay, what would you classify as spiritual? I'm not, I guess my
believing in ghosts at minimum. Like I believe in ghosts that I can communicate with. Communicating with some supernatural force, I think would be that. You are somehow, something external to you that is supernatural is interacting with you in some way. So for religious people, it can be through prayer and blessings. For people who think that they are mediums, talking to ghosts, whatever. Like a spiritual, like I hold a belief fundamentally in spirits, and I engage with spirits in some way, in a very literal, supernatural spirits kind of way, because there is no physical spirit.
I would say, just to cut in, hi, sorry, I've just been kind of quietly hanging out here. Like for me, I think when people use the word spiritual, they are kind of just trying to describe an emotional state that has something to do usually with connection that they have a difficult time describing elsewise. Like when people say like, I feel spiritual, to me, that's like, okay, it's like a nebulous, it's like when people go to church and they get that like override in their brain, that like overwhelm of like an intense feeling of connection with other people or with what they're projecting onto their feeling of God, but like without the framework of the Christian God. And like, so to me, it's basically just a way of saying like, I had an emotional experience. So I think that maybe there's a disconnect with what our understanding is and what your understanding is. And also like, what is the purpose of bringing up spirituality? Like I think in your call notes, it says evolution and the Bible say the same thing, which I feel like is a much more concrete conversation to have than about spiritualism.
I told you I'm all over the place. Well, you're both right, but like we can go to that. Oh, well, that's actually a good statement. First, Lux, you're awesome. Love you to death. But what you said, I think that's what I was initially saying to Jemmy. Jemmy, what you said, I also believe in like those ghosts. I've had experiences and stuff, and I wasn't on the devil's lettuce or anything.
Excuse me. No, you haven't. You have experiences that you attribute to ghosts. But let's be more careful with our language here. If you knew they were ghosts, you'd be able to demonstrate that. The intersection of knowledge and belief is that which you can demonstrate. So you have had experiences you attribute to ghosts, but let's not just jump past I've had experiences with ghosts like that's something we wouldn't want to investigate.
I mean, I wouldn't say let's do the evolution thing. Okay, well, here's a quick question. Is it so bad? Are you like strictly just science, like strictly like science, evolution, full stop, nothing beyond that?
Our beliefs are based on facts that can be proven, ideally like with repeatable experimentation.
Yeah, you don't even need the word science or evolution for me. You could just say I live and breathe skepticism.
Yeah.
But if people only thought like that, then like how would science even evolve? Because like even Albert Einstein, like that's not, they would still think the Earth was flat if like there wasn't a dreamer saying that it wasn't, and like everything.
Ancient
like,
people actually did know that the Earth was round. So the flat earther thing is a very recent thing. Like, we've been able to use mathematics to prove that the earth is round since like literally thousands of years ago. If you're asking like, okay, there are guiding principles behind science, such as our ideas of what we should study or what we value, like what we think is good. And those things are a direct result of being a social species. So we value cooperation, or maybe some of us have a scarcity mindset and we value getting ahead at the expense of other people. Like those things, I think some people consider those sort of distinct from the idea of like science and facts. But like, just because we have the ability to create moral judgment, like doesn't discount the fact that like there is a rigorous process by which we come to understand what is factual or not. And so when we are coming in and we're saying, okay, we're skeptical of spiritual claims, we're skeptical of God claims. And the reason behind that is because we believe that you should be able to prove things if you are making claims. So like if somebody says ghosts exist, well, then we want to see them. We want to be like, okay, is there a way to communicate with them? Can they interact with our world in any way? And like we want repeatable results. Like we can do it more than once and get the same result.
I honestly, like Mousie, even your example there was crazy, because you asked me specifically what I am. I told you I live and breathe skepticism, and then you sort of went with, well, then we'd always believe the earth was flat. Skepticism says fundamentally question everything, but do not accept until you have adequate evidence. So first of all, skeptic in the first place, being a true skeptic, would have never accepted the earth was flat to begin. But it seems like you're thinking that skepticism means accept anything someone called a scientist says is true, and never question it, which is not what it is. But it also seems to rely on the premise that flat earthers used to be scientists. Could you name a scientist that was a flat earther?
No, that's not. Okay. Yeah.
Well, then it was a weird assertion to ask if everybody was always a skeptic like you. We would have. Why, if everybody had engaged in skepticism like I did, why would we have never found out the earth wasn't flat?
Yeah. I guess, I don't know. I guess I'm just a dreamer. Like, it's not that I accept, I'm a weirdo where it's like, I believe all things are possible. Because it's like, as much as like we're learning and the stuff that we do know, like as far as like the universe and like how the ocean isn't even explored as much as it could be. Like, we don't even know what's going on down there. And like, we have an understanding of like the human body, but like, we don't even have a full understanding of it. Like, the more that we know, and
so should we attribute credibility to guesses by people who never explored the universe about where the universe came from?
No.
Right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that. No.
But that's what has closed people's minds. Like, as you're talking about like wanting to get development, the religiosity and spirituality that you engage in is what closes people's minds. You earlier said you believe in ghosts because you've had experiences with ghosts. Based on all of the data we have, you most likely did not have an experience with a ghost. You most likely had a natural event happen that could be explained elsewhere. But because your spiritual belief is ready to accept that it is a ghost, you have not investigated it beyond just attributing it to ghosts. Literally, my way is the open-minded way. Yours is the closed-minded way.
That's not what I said, though. Like, that's not at all. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, because I have like, then it must be. When I'm saying that, like, I'm a weirdo. It's like, and like you said, from what we know, and like like what you said, like from what we know, like it could be attributed to something that is just like a medical thing or whatever, right? So that's from what we know. We're still learning. No. Like, we only know what we know right now.
It might be stuff we also know right now that if you investigated, you would find out. I've not found any. Right. It doesn't have to be stuff we don't know. The explanations might be things we do know now. And the fact that you still engage in ghosts when you know those alternatives exist, to me, is closed-minded and anti-skeptical. No, fundamentally, do you right now believe that?
Closed-minded.
Do you believe that that you've had experiences with ghosts?
I wouldn't say ghosts. I just know I've had experiences. I can't explain them. I just know that I've experienced them.
Excuse
me.
You say you can't explain them, but earlier you explained them as ghosts. So which is it? Because if you were a skeptic, you would go with, I've had this experience, I can't explain it. You wouldn't go, I've had this experience, I can't explain it, and ghosts is a candidate, because ghosts has never been demonstrated to be a candidate. And you wouldn't just say it was ghosts.
Ghost is just the word that you use. Ghost is the word that you use, so I just went with it. But like honestly, I can't explain it, and I'm not closed-minded because I believe all things are possible. It's just we don't have the explanation for everything now. We have what's not correct.
All things aren't possible.
Like what?
It's not possible for human beings to shoot lasers out of their eyes, for example.
Yes. We don't have the technology for us to do so yet. We didn't have cell phones before.
So you don't believe there's you don't believe there's anything fundamentally that is just impossible. Nothing.
I think that things aren't possible now.
Is it possible for me to be invisible and the color red? If I tell you I am an invisible red person.
In this 2026, in this planet Earth at the moment, no. But possibly in 2035,
no,
we don't know.
There are certain things which cannot be possible. So literally, you're like, I'm not closed-minded. I'm so open-minded, my brain fell out. Because you're even saying impossible things are possible now. Open-minded should be, I am open to changing my mind when good evidence comes to me. When I can be changed by better information. Not everything is possible, therefore I don't discount anything. When again, like when it comes to whatever your interaction with ghosts are, I'm positive no matter what it was, there will be 100 candidate explanations that may be extremely unlikely, but because they've been demonstrated to be possible, and ghosts have never been demonstrated to be possible, become ultimately infinitely more likely. And yet you're still sitting with it was ghosts.
I'm not, okay, let's death a ghost. Not ghost. I can't explain it. It is just what it is. I'm just saying, like,
stick to those.
With this, okay, but like with the way that like society had started like way back when in like the 14s or whatever, and then like how we are now, we don't know what we don't know. They didn't know what we know now. So it's like,
and so you should not be accepting candidate explanations that are made up. Untested.
I'm not saying that I should. I accept all possibilities, like all like. All, like I'm not like going out like, oh, I'm afraid of people because they should like they're gonna throw like lasers out of their eyes. But we're just on Earth.
Well, that's a possibility.
Anything's possible with the right.
No,
like,
it
you have like
isn't.
the right ingredients and resources.
Is it possible? Yet. Is it possible we don't exist?
I'm crazy enough to say that. You could be a figment of my imagination.
What?
You could be a figment of my imagination. I don't know, like, okay.
Okay, is it possible you don't exist? Person. Not relative to me, but relative to yourself. Is it possible you don't exist?
No, I'm too conscious.
So not everything is possible.
Damn you.
Right, start there with the acknowledgement that that's not true, and now expand out and go, I'm going to have standards. Mousie, I think there's a few things. One, at this point, chat just thinks I'm mean for holding you to the same standards that I hold guys to, which is a little sexist of them, but they're getting crazy about it. Second, I think you need to gather. I think you need to gather some thoughts. I think you need to work on some definitions. But fundamentally, if you're going to sit there and go, you don't. First of all, we don't even people who say everything is possible certainly don't operate that way. You operate as though possibility is limited by your expectations, right? You're going to walk outside yes, you do. You step on the sidewalk expecting it to be solid, not to have turned into a ghost and you're going to pass through and fall into the mantle. You live with the expectation that the possibilities will be maintained. I'm sorry, what?
I didn't say that. I wish.
That's what I'm saying. In practicality, you can say all things are possible, and yet you live your life expecting possibility to be limited by your expectations. And those expectations are that the natural world's not going to just turn into magic at some point. So nobody performs as though they believe. Okay. Mousie, I think it's gone too many places. Call back when you feel like you've got a solid line of evidence for some spiritual belief you have and a good reason to believe. Because if we accept that you believe things based on what is fundamentally faith, I don't have a foundation to reject other people's faith-based belief. So call in with something better than faith, and we'll continue the conversation, okay?
I'll call back after I smoke, and I can have them more, like, I can be more direct with my stuff, because there really was all over the place. I apologize, but thanks for taking my call.
You don't need to apologize. Thank you, Mousie.
Wowie.
Oh, wow. Hakeem is waiting on the line. We're later in the show. He's the guy who keeps calling Javon low IQ, even though he's now been corrected on how to spell Javon's name, but is continuing to spell it wrong in the chat.
He likes to talk over the hosts, from what I remember.
He really also likes to call black people and women low IQ. Don't get me wrong. He'll say it to me, but apropos of nothing, he'll bring up Ketanji Brown Jackson, who he will also spell her name wrong, and just say that she's low IQ. So I think I get the guy. Anyway, I would say I'm like not all the way to Andrew level on him. I'm more like maybe like halfway there. So I'm going to take a different call. And then after the next call, between the next two calls, if someone around that time super chats $125 expressly asking me to take Hakeem, I'll take Hakeem. Otherwise, I just don't care. I just don't care to take Hakeem. Like it's
just not very fun.
Well, and he's just kind of a dick, and whatever you do, he'll then go and claim victory, even though he has been dog-walked and embarrassed literally time after time after time, and yet still claim, like last time he literally had to concede basically everything to Javon, but still, he's just spelled Javon wrong again in the chat. This very high IQ guy.
So smart.
Had to concede everything to Javon and then still calls victory. So it's basically, do I take what is fundamentally a person who probably is legitimately a MAGA shit stain, but only engages that through trolling. So we'll see. We'll probably take this call very quickly. Blake in New York is calling in, pronouns he, him. Blake, it sounds like you're saying you called in as a conservative in the past and you just wanted to say that that's not who you are now and give us an idea of where you've shifted to. If you want to give us that briefly, and then we'll head out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, hold on. I want to make it clear. I was never a conservative, but I called in a few weeks ago after the Alex Preddy shooting, and
what
it was
were
you and
before?
Javon.
If not a conservative, I have your old notes, and it just said right wing. So what were you before?
Okay, well, yeah, no, I mean, I would never have called myself right. That's never what I would have. Maybe they identified me as that, but that's not what I would call myself ever.
Okay.
But whatever labels, whatever. You can say whatever you want, whatever. Anyway, a couple weeks ago I called in. It was you and Jovan. It was right after the Alex Preddy shooting, and I said I listened back to that call later, and I said a lot of things that I thought were really stupid. And I don't know. Since then, I've been talking to a lot of my friends and shit. And I don't know. I've had well, first of all, you probably don't remember, right? You do this every fucking day, right? But, I said some terrible things. Like I
can remember there were people, and you definitely were calling during that period of time too, where we were literally having to argue every day that murder is wrong to people. So I imagine things were in a tense state that I probably was even more internally incentivized to purge these memories after being done with the show.
Yeah.
So you're quite right, Blake. I doubt you might ring a bell at some point, but so far no.
Yeah, even without that context, I don't blame you. But anyway, my point is just like, I listened back to that call after a few weeks, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, what are you doing, dude? you just said a guy deserved to be murdered. What are you talking about, dude? And,
so what internally, where do you think that came from?
From my humanity, I don't know, my like, wait, hold on, do you mean like me saying they deserve to be murdered, or do you mean like being
when you sit and you
that?
listen to that call and you go, holy shit, I don't recognize that guy. I'm realizing about that guy that blank happened. I have my suspicions of what I think it is, but I can't be sure. So I'm curious what you would think it is.
Well, I'm actually, honestly, to be fair, like, I'm not sure. So, like, I'd be actually curious to hear what you have to say, actually.
How devout MAGA are you?
And yeah, you don't remember this, but, like, I'm not MAGA at all. I voted for Kamala Harris, right?
Okay.
You know, I voted for her because I thought she was better than Trump, but like,
yeah,
you know,
how anti-illegal immigration are you?
Well, until the past couple weeks, when I've been talking with some people, that was a major issue for me. But as of now, like, you know, I don't. Yeah, I know it's kind of silly,
changing,
and it's like, yeah, you know, it's like a quick change, right?
So fundamentally, like,
I don't know.
My suspicion is you were on a team. And so it wasn't MAGA, but whatever team that was is a team who in the last 10 years, both one has, 10 just for example, one is not cool with illegal immigration and maybe thinks the Democrats don't do enough to prevent it. But on top of that, maybe there have been other things that happened on TV where you felt like police or men or somebody is being like very unjustly sort of canceled, or the standards are too high when this is happening. And fundamentally, I think you were just on a team, Blake. And I think that you start with, I'm on this team, my team. Yours is a little bit more complicated than MAGA, but whatever that team is, this is their position right now. And I will start from this position is correct. And so Alex Preddy gets murdered, but my team is not saying that right now. Here's what they're saying. And here's the hypocrisies they're pointing out and what they're aghast about. And so you brought those to me. And now with those being a little bit challenged, good for you for letting us challenge them. Good for you for thinking about it. It sounds like you went, all right, shit, maybe my team, maybe I need to get my thoughts independent from my team. It's good to have teams and communities of people where those thoughts line up and people that you can feel safe around talking about that shit. But maybe my team's changed, and because some of them went some direction, I went there with them, and maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe my team needs to be a little bit different than this. That'd be my guess.
Could I say a few things? Because, okay, like, I want to say, in like 2016 and 2020, and I mean, still to this day, I haven't changed my opinion on this guy, right? I still love him, but like, I was, you know, a Bernie bro, right? Like, I love Bernie Sanders, I still do, right? So, I mean, I don't know what I got to say. This is a little disconnected from the conversation we're having, right? But I just got to say, the Democrats, they got to pick, you know, the progressive this time, or we're done, right? Like, they picked like Gavin Newsom, like,
all they got to do is utter Medicare for all, and I will support whatever piece of shit they come up with.
Well, okay,
it's that easy for me.
That's fair to say, but like, well, okay, I mean, like, do you trust? Like, what if Gavin Newsom, you know, strategic? Like, and I'm not talking about Gavin Newsom as a person. I'm just saying, like, I don't trust the guy. I don't trust most of the people that are like front runners for the I mean,
I know, but I trust. But I do trust.
Okay, you know,
if they win on that issue, that being such a big thing, it would be to their detriment to not deliver, and that detriment may not only be political consequences. If Gavin Newsom comes out and says, "I support Medicare for all," I'm pretty much, if he's the nominee, for the record, the nominee, primary wise,
I'm not voting for him.
Gavin Newsom ain't getting shit out of me. I will ironically vote for fucking Daffy Duck before Gavin Newsom, or unironically vote for somebody he would probably not like.
Okay, I mean, I guess maybe I have a special privilege here because I live in New York and my vote doesn't matter. But like, if Gavin Newsom is a fucking nominee, I don't care if he's running on Medicare for all. I'm not fucking voting for that scumbag.
You should. Right? Medicare for all is actually Medicare for all is probably, people really underestimate how much universal health care is behind, like how much of our problems it's behind. Not to mention the fact that as Ari introduced the other day, 18% of our GDP is literally healthcare shit. So you absolutely should. If he's not primary, if the general election is him versus Vance or some MAGA replacement, first of all, even without Medicare for all, the consequences were too dire of another term of Trump. So even without Medicare for all, especially those in swing states, you just have to. But if Gavin Newsom is the general election candidate, I will go from begrudgingly, I will vote for him and call out all the time the bullshit he did, like I did with Biden. Begrudgingly, I will do this too. I'm actually pretty stoked for Newsom presidency if he just adds, I will become an enthusiastic supporter in the general election if he goes Medicare for all. Here's the thing. It's a dumb hypothetical. He's not going Medicare for all. That dude is a capitalist piece of shit.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Hold on. I mean, I know you thought this was going to be a short call, but like, I mean, I think we brought up something actually like important here. Like, okay, I mean, you live in Texas, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So your vote, I mean, Texas is debatably at this point, if they don't steal the fucking elections, it's like a swing state, right? So your vote actually matters. My vote doesn't matter, right?
I think it's rhetorically still really important. Sorry, Blake, I just want to cut in here. I think it's rhetorically still really important. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
I think it's rhetorically still really important. I'm sorry, I haven't said anything this whole call, and I would like to make a point. I would love to get a full sentence out. I think it's still rhetorically important
I'm very sorry.
for us to get a popular vote number. So like, even if you are in a state, like it's really important, especially if we want to fix our election process, if we want to get rid of the Electoral College, or if we want to introduce ranked choice voting, it is still good statistical information for us to be able to show, even in blue states or even in red states where you feel like your vote doesn't count. And trust me, I moved from Kansas, where my vote did not count, to Oregon, where I'm going to be able to help it from being a swing state, like prevent it from being a swing state. So like, I think that is still important for us to show up in the states where our vote, it feels like it doesn't matter. Because first of all, the popular vote, we want to be able to show, hey, once again, the presidency was stolen from the popular vote. Like, how many times in my lifetime has a Republican won the presidency, but they didn't win the popular vote? And also, because we have no idea what's going to happen in the future, Florida used to be a swing state. Like, we're losing that ground. And so I think even in places where we feel like it's safe, and this is how Kamala Harris lost, I think, is so many people thought like, well, I don't really need to vote. Like, it doesn't really matter. We're safe. No, we're fucking not. We are in danger actively all the time. Like, we really, even in places where you feel like it doesn't matter, I think we should still come out and support the blue candidate, even if it is somebody who we don't prefer, because we're trying to do harm reduction.
Yeah, Blake, I think that if you're sitting there saying, and I'm not going to because it doesn't matter, I think that also means you are not engaging in a way that your friends who do matter aren't going to vote.
Can I respond? Like, I want to respond like to Luxander, which they is. I'm sorry, I don't know your pronouns.
Yeah, it's they. That's fine.
They, okay. What they said. Right, like, I get what you're saying, but like, it's also like, I mean, like, right, if I lived, you made a lot of points, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, New York is not on the verge of becoming a swing state, right? It's not, all right? And, I'm going to vote on my values, right? If it's Gavin Newsom or, I don't know, I mean, JB Pritzker is a little more iffy. I feel a little better about him.
I would prefer Pritzker over Gavin Newsom so hard. I would fucking love it if Pritzker ran.
Newsom will do something dumb like, and to bridge the gap, I'm putting Shapiro in the cabinet.
Yeah, Christ almighty.
Ben Shapiro specifically.
I would prefer over Newsom, but my point is like, you know, I'm gonna vote on my values, right? If it's somebody I don't like, I'm not gonna vote for him. But
like, you voted for Kamala Harris?
I did, actually, yeah.
It'd be really interesting to have this conversation if you hadn't, because I have a feeling that, and because I've had this conversation with people who abstained, I have a feeling there are a lot of people who don't regret not voting for Kamala Harris, but there is actually a pretty large group of people who do regret not voting against Donald Trump, which in theory would meant voting for Kamala Harris, even in ways that they think would have ended up being mostly symbolic. You know, ultimately after you die, no one's going to care. Nobody really audits your votes later, but you will. We also don't even know what the threat is in 2028, and we're already like trying to get you ready to stay at home if it's Newsom. But it's Newsom versus who? Blake, no. I don't care what you say or who you think you are or whatever. If Stephen Miller is the presidential candidate, I will beat you up if you don't vote for Gavin Newsom. That's probably a joke, but goodness fucking sakes. Like, let's be so real. We don't know what 2028 is, and anyone who doesn't vote Newsom against Miller is a bad person.
And you're a socialist?
Correct.
Right. So, I mean,
literally Hitler would be on the ballot. Do you think if literally Hitler came back to life right now, it would be okay to say, yeah, you don't have to vote against Hitler for it's Newsom, so don't go vote Hitler.
Hold on. We live in the United States of America where you know, I don't know. I mean, I
engage the hypothetical.
Right. The state I live in, my vote literally doesn't matter. It's going to go for the blue.
I get it. All right. So 2028 comes around. They figure out how to clone Hitler, all of his memories, all of his intentions, but he's technically an American citizen because they popped him out of the tank in where would do that? I don't know, fucking Mississippi. They pop him out of the tank in Mississippi. He's technically an American citizen. He's full on Hitler. They put him up against Gavin Newsom. You in New York are going to abstain still?
Okay, if it's actually Hitler, maybe I'll
That's
vote.
What I mean when I say Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is legit Hitler level insane fascist crazy man.
I agree that Stephen Miller is a Nazi, Hitler, fascist weirdo. I agree, right? But
that man closes his eyes and comes to thoughts of a Fourth Reich.
It's going to be incompetent J.D. Vance who won't be able to hold the fucking movement from Trump. And if it is actually
there's if the Democrats get the House and the Senate back with how bad shit's going, like it's looking like, I don't know that J.D. Vance will be eligible to run.
I mean, I hope you're right. I hope
J.D. Vance is definitely assisted in this pedophile cover-up.
The question too, Blake, is how many people who live in New York City?
Right, but like,
how many people? Hold on. How many people? How many people? How many people who live in New York City have to have this attitude of, well, it doesn't matter if I vote, before your entire rural part of the state swings the state purple? It's not just you.
I get the point. I get the point you're making, but it's not going to happen. It's not just New York City. There's a lot of... I don't even live in New York
City. I really deeply resent the privilege of your complacency.
All right, here's what I'm going to do, Blake.
Hold on. I voted for Kamala Harris in 20...
Yeah, but you're saying that you won't vote for the equivalent of Kamala Harris.
Times.
I'm not saying I wouldn't vote. I'm just saying I wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. That's all I'm saying.
So the equivalent of Kamala Harris is Gavin Newsom. They're very fucking similar politically. So you're saying you wouldn't vote for Kamala again, functionally?
I mean, we tried it last time and it didn't work. These people are...
But except the problem is, Blake, that a bunch of people thought like you. A bunch of people were like, yeah, I don't need to vote, though. She's definitely going to win and it doesn't matter anyway. People who have the mindset that you have now are the reason why we lost before. Everyone's like, oh, it was leftists. No, it was you fucking people.
All right, here's what I'm going to do for you, Blake. I'm setting a reminder. September 17th, I'm adding a calendar event, 2028. Blake will call.
Yeah, I'm gonna
to
vote in my
discuss
midterm.
vote.
Hold on. I'm gonna vote if they. I don't know if they pass the SAVE Act. I don't have a fucking real ID, so I'm gonna have to get that. But
dude, we might both be in a CCOP prison at this point anyway. So Blake, why don't you add it to yours as well?
Exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like,
what's the tapping?
I try to keep like explaining this to people. Like, if things go like unfettered from here on out, like I'm gonna be in a camp in like
all right,
a
so
couple
Scott,
years, right?
Sorry, not Scott. Blake, will you go into your phone September 17th, 2028? It's a Sunday. Yeah. We'll put it at 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. if it's still the same show. I've just put it in. Blake is going to call to discuss vote 2028. It's just before the election, September 17th, and we'll discuss whether or not you should vote for whoever the candidate is.
Hold on, what's the date? I'll write it down.
September 17th, 2028. Put it in your smartphone 17th. With the loudest alarm you got.
September 17th. Okay. I'll write it down. And also, right. I mean, if they pick somebody, I want to say, if they pick somebody like AOC, if they pick somebody like Rokana, I'll vote for them happily.
Sure, bro, but it's going to be probably Newsom, right? Like you and I both know it's probably Newsom.
No,
if we had to pick today.
I don't think that. Hold on, Jimmy. Have you not like sensed like the shift amongst the base recently?
Blake, I know how to identify when I'm surrounded by my guys. I know when I'm in my echo chamber, and I know when I'm not. And the shift you're feeling.
No. I mean,
you really underestimate the power of the DNC. Plus, in theory, Blake, the DNC is going to be extra powerful if they've taken back power this election. Maybe they won't, but they will have extra power, and they'll have extra picking power if they can point to, like, we did 9 more symbolic impeachments of Donald Trump. Aren't you proud of us? That kind of shit works on TV. So there's a lot between now and then that looks good for them deciding more than us.
Can I say for your audience, despite what you're talking about, the DNC pressure, Bernie almost won twice. Like,
right, and why didn't he win?
I mean,
why?
If
wait. No, you're right, Blake.
Or Rokana is close to winning, and they do their trickery again, we're going to be out there in the fucking streets, okay?
Would we have called it? Do you think we would have called it? Blake, do you think we would have called it?
Are you out there in the streets right now with a Gestapo on the? Are you saying seriously that we're gonna do more political disruption because of who the DNC picks than you would right now? What are you doing right now?
Okay, I live in New York. I'm not. Hold on.
ICE is in New York. ICE is doing shit in New York.
I'm a TSA member. I go to meetings. I go to protests sometimes. We do like tenant housing tenant. Or no, what am I saying? Tenant union housing, like knocking campaigns, right? You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
You do know Bernie's victory only looks close because there was a wide. So basically, you had Bernie, who was the only progressive real voice there, with a little bit of progressive posturing from people like even Kamala Harris. And then the rest was essentially, and then the rest was essentially like 10 other, no, it was like 50. How many people was it? It was just a bunch of clones of Joe Biden of different ages and genders. And so that's what made the closeness more apparent. So then I'm going to finish my point, whether it kills you. Then the DNC decided, fuck, we're spreading our shit out so much. So we now have to isolate because we don't want Bernie. You're sitting there to basically talk about like how the DNC doesn't have all that power. Look at how Bernie almost won. Bernie was more competitive because he was the only real game in town for his section of the party. And then the other side, all they had to do was coalesce. All they had to do was become not multiple people, and then Bernie lost. I'm still upset about it. I wish they kept playing by those dumb rules because Bernie would have won. But fundamentally, all the DNC had to do was go, we really don't want Bernie to win. And then they didn't technically cheat within the rules. They were able to pick the candidate again. So in the same way that you think I'm overestimating their capability, I think you are dramatically underestimating the capability of the DNC to pick their leaders.
Okay, and what I will say to that is this time I think it's a lot different. I think the base has shifted dramatically. I don't know. Have you seen the polls? Like 80+% of Democrats don't wanting to Israel. You think they're going to support somebody like Gavin Newsom, who took AIPAC? ton of APAC money.
I do, because I wasn't born yesterday. And I think the power of going, hey guys, if we try something new right now, we're going to get we're risking the this is going to be their party's plea, and this will be effective, though shitty.
Right.
It will be, if we try something new right now, we're getting another term of Trump. So we need to be with the safe devil we know.
Saying. That's what they're saying. You know, my aunt who supported Hillary Clinton wholeheartedly before Bernie, and Joe Biden wholeheartedly before Bernie is saying now, like, these people are changing, is my point. And also, this time around, I don't think there's going to be one progressive, like, you know, in 2020 there was Warren, and there was Bernie, right? Those were the two, like, main progressive candidates, and Warren decided, I'm not going to drop out.
This will not help the progressives.
And endorse Bernie. My point is
that's bad for the progressives. If we have a diverse group of progressives and a narrow group of moderates, that advantages the moderates.
No, I don't. No, I think. No, my point is, I think eventually maybe the progressives will coalesce around one of them, and that'll be the key. You know what I mean? You know,
will Citizens United still be in effect in 2028?
What did you say?
Will Citizens United have been repealed by 2028?
No, it won't. But
right.
Okay, there's still No, hold on. I mean,
no, Blake. This is your last point, and then we're moving on. Well, I'll talk to you in September of 2028 unless something significant happens between now and then.
I don't even have another point to make. It's
all right,
fine.
Go ahead.
I get it.
Thanks, Blake.
Thanks for talking to me, and also I want to say, like, you know, I said some terrible things before, and I'm glad for you. Like, I know you don't even remember, but
it's all good.
I'm glad for you, like, accepting my, you know, apology, so to speak.
Cool. Thanks, Blake.
Yikes.
Where do you go in circles? I think this time's different. So you're saying we have a chance. Whew.
I want to know how much campaigning he's going to do in the primary season. Like, is he going to volunteer to make sure that someone else wins the primary?
You got the 90 seconds starting right now. If somebody wants me to take Hakeem, you got $125 is how much it will cost in a single super chat.
One single super chat.
Guys, you're saying I'm a downer. Look, I will be exciting when campaign time comes out. I already switched my vote from I was going to vote pragmatically for Tallarico. I'm going Crockett because I wasn't voting for Tallarico because he's more my guy. Crockett's clearly more my guy. So I'm voting Crockett, despite the fact that we're probably going to not win. And Tallarico probably does have a better shot at winning Texas. But
local elections make such a difference, though.
Yeah, but federal Senate elections aren't much different than House elections. You can make an argument for.
Sure.
Senate elections in states don't do much different than what the presidential shit does, especially in Texas. And so Crockett versus Tallarico, I can both be like, that's my candidate. She's my guy right now. But
they
Texas
both seem cool
is not
for different
going to
reasons.
elect a black woman. Like, they were already given the opportunity and they turned out in droves against her. It's what's going to happen, unfortunately. Nah, Tallarico's not a derp. He's fine. Let's not be silly about it, because if he gets the candidacy, we will need to coalesce behind him and campaign for him. Tallarico is as sweet as a progressive Democrat can be, and he's savable. You got to identify the Democrats that are gettable and could end up supporting Medicare for all.
We got a lot of drooling people in chat right now.
I feel him. This is why I tell the callers not to read the chat. You got like 30 more seconds. Otherwise, Hakeem, if you want on so bad, why are you super chatting the $125?
Yeah. $125 is a pretty low price for somebody who straight up called me a pedo in the chat earlier.
Oh, tight.
Yeah.
Tight. Let's see. Yeah, Mike, I've got his chat history up here. A lot of very, very silly things. Last time all I did was make him answer for his, and he had to backtrack on every single thing. We got like just giving enough time for the people who heard me say the 30-second mark to make the decision if they really want me to take. I have to be paid to take this guy who I've already just wrecked so many times before. He hasn't quite, he's getting co-host syndrome. He's just not up to Andrew's level yet. He's getting there.
He just did it again. Like, at what point do we block someone? How many times do they have to call us a pedo before we never take their call again?
Well, take their call. Yeah. I mean, that's a different question. When it comes to live chat, as you can see, he even numbers them for us. This individual,
he's made
by the way,
accounts,
supports the pedo administration. Yeah, it just makes new ones.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll see how desperate he is. If he's going to hold on to see if somebody's going to pay for it after this next call, is that the level of desperation he has? We'll find out. Was he blocked in chat? Did somebody delete him on chat? I was trying to pull his history back up.
Well, yeah, I don't know. He's probably just had to make numerous accounts at this point.
On just this episode?
I don't actually know.
Okay, wait, here it is. Do.
Like most of his comments are getting caught by the auto mod.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very impressive. All right, well, we'll move on. We'll give one more chance afterwards for people. Again, it has to be $125, and they have to specifically ask that we take. They have to mention that that's why they're doing it. Otherwise, but if you guys want to super chat, otherwise you're fine to super chat. It's only if it's the exact amount in one single super chat. All right, Christopher in the District of Columbia, DC. You're calling in about how you used to be an atheist. You're a theist now. Christopher, first things first, welcome. You're on the line with Jimmy and Luxander. Christopher, how old are you?
I'm 34.
34 years old. All right. And Christopher's pronouns are he, him for those watching in the live chat. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know where to start. I'm not super familiar with your show. I just kind of saw it briefly yesterday and then today, and figured I'd just call in kind of on a whim. Yeah, I mean, we can talk a little about anything. I mean, I have a lot of background in archaeology, specifically like indigenous Native American, other cultures, across the globe. But
that sounds nice. I'm not interested, honestly, in any of that. I'm mostly interested in why you believe Christianity is true, and whether or not the evidence you have for Christianity, it wouldn't be easy to say, just switch to Islam and replicate a believable character who essentially uses the same evidence for their or standard of evidence for their belief in Islam. Basically find out whether or not we're just going to get to at some point it being faith.
Well, so the kind of the reason I called in isn't necessarily to debate Islam or anything like that, but the reason I gave you that background is because it does connect to everything that's going on. If you want to bring up Trump, Epstein, I mean, I heard a comment about potentially voting for J.B. Pritzker. I'm not sure if you're familiar with, kind of the reports that came out about Epstein with Tom Pritzker, his cousin. But that would be very.
Oh my God! If we're going to start holding people for what their cousins are doing, I don't even know what my cousins are up to. I got shitty siblings before we get to cousins.
When it's something that severe, I mean, I would be, and you're talking billionaires and stuff like that, people with that type of money.
Maybe.
And power.
Christopher, how many cousins do you have?
I mean, I have many.
What percentage of them have you ever met?
I mean, most of them.
Whereas I've met
Probably.
under 5% of mine ever. So people are different, man. I would need to hear way more that Tom and JD are related and fuck with each other.
They're first cousins, so I would.
Sure, and I have met less than 5%. When I said cousins, I was only talking first cousins. I'm afraid to learn who my other people are because I'm a little worried that by the time I hit third cousin, it might be my parents. Okay, that they might be cousins. It's just weird. There's a weird thing. Anyway, so far I don't know that they are. So again, I was just talking first cousins. I haven't met most of mine. So again, I would need more than their cousins, even their brothers. When somebody told me that Elon Musk, or not, what's the name of Elon's brother? That's not Elon, that's something else. All I heard at first was Musk's brother, and I was like, okay, that is still a different guy. And then like, and Musk's brother is on the board of SpaceX and Tesla, and like all of these things does it with it. And now that's a little different. Like, okay, now I have more questions about I never knew this guy. I always thought he was a creep, but my brother, who is fundamentally one of the most important people in my organization, clearly fucked with this guy a lot. There now we have a conversation to have. And even then, there's still a realm of possibility that the brother could be guilty and the other brother not. So that's brothers, and you're pulling up cousins. I don't know. I don't fucking if as cousins they were doing some cousin fucking of minors, let's put them both in prison. But I certainly wouldn't say I'm not going to vote for JD because his cousin did what? By the way, what is Tom Pritzker accused of?
Yeah, if you saw the Epstein files, he was given flights through. I mean, he was emailing Epstein about them hanging out, and then also getting Epstein orchestrating, basically, setting up his ability to fly on like Black Hawk helicopters through the Afghanistan valleys with Petraeus. There's a lot of other kind of code words between their different communications.
Do you know if it was before or after Epstein's conviction? Because you understand that Epstein's job was to connect people and to know people. Like, yes, he was a psycho and like a pedophile and stuff, but also there were plenty of people who just like, it's like, oh, I know a guy kind of situation. So if it's after the conviction, like J.K. Rowling invited Epstein to a viewing of one of her plays that she had written after the conviction, right? So like that's damning. And also we're still talking about someone's cousin. Like I am not like, I'm not like, I don't believe in original sin. I don't inherit sin from my cousin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you condemn the guy, but it's definitely something that you want to consider. Period. It's established. I mean, you guys obviously aren't familiar. You can do your own research. But I'm going to tell you, because I know, I've already looked into it. They do know each other. They know each other well. They're first cousins again. So if you understand what first cousins is, I understand in your situation, you may not know your family, but I don't think that's the norm with first cousins, especially.
That still doesn't. So I get that Jimmy hammered on that. That still doesn't like transfer one person's guilt to the other person just because they are related to one another and they know each other.
Right. We're not even just saying we're saying close. They're close.
Like, did JD Pritzker cover up something for Tom? Because that's different.
I can already see where the issue is going to be when later in this call you're going to go, I used to be a Christian, or I used to be an atheist, now I'm a Christian. And you're showing that your form of skepticism was not anything I would relate to, because you're literally like, yeah, this general association may exist, therefore I've already drawn some conclusions on it. I'm going to need a little bit more. And again, my position is, if that evidence exists, show me. Until then, I have no reason to be like, oh, yeah, he's probably Epstein too. You haven't even told me that JB has been accused of any sexual things, just association with the guy, as there are going to be a great many people in the Epstein files who did nothing weird.
The 6 degrees of Epstein files.
Right, especially if it was prior to his conviction.
Let's set some ground rules.
No, Christopher, I'm afraid you don't get to set any rules. You may request them, though.
Okay, well, something that we all should just get standard is that if I'm talking, I'm allowed to finish talking, and then you talk. I'll respect that with you. That's kind of...
No. I'm
it's
not,
our job to keep the show on track, so we will interject.
Yeah, Chris, you don't do this professionally. We do. Okay. We actually... Our interjections serve a purpose.
You don't have any idea what I do professionally.
You don't do this, Chris.
To be honest with you...
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris. Do you know anything about me? Do you know anything about my background? Do you know what I do?
Are you about to plug your own show? Is that what's about to happen?
Right. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute you for a second, since after you said you're going to do the respect thing, you never actually let me finish to interject. Chris, you don't do this. You do not appear as unless you are one of the people here, you do not appear on the line with the task of keeping callers on subject and not letting them go off, not letting them gish gallop, not let them take it to dishonest places. So you don't get to set any rules. Now, as far as the general way that you have taken it, where you are more broadly going, you don't know me, you don't know what I do, da, da, da. Generally, the you don't know that people are the people who don't do that, but just want to go like, but you should leave an open mind that you. Now, if that's not you, you're welcome to say so. And then I will say, merely like the person said to Pam Bondi when she goes, I'm the Attorney General. My bad, I couldn't tell. Mm-hmm. Okay, that will be the response, Christopher, but you literally don't do this. You aren't hosting this show. You aren't tasked with keeping you on track, as you've already shown that you don't even self-task yourself with that. So now, Christopher, if you'd like to proceed, no, you don't get to set ground rules. Because I also don't think you would be honest in your enforcement of those, since your first ground rule that seemed to be a value of yours, you immediately then didn't even abide when you immediately tried to talk over me. Now you're unmuted, and you may reply.
You talk over people and you interject, and then you make a ton of assumptions about me without.
Christopher, I just pointed out that you had talked over me and interjected on me. Literally, that's what just happened before muting you. Because that's why you were muted, was for your interjections.
No, you actually interjected with what I was saying first. I just tried to finish.
I guess, are you a Christian because you love spending all of this time up on the cross? You literally did what you are accusing me of.
I'm a Christian because I came to a reality that I had to be dragged kicking and screaming. I wasn't willingly a Christian. I came there because I had no choice. It chose me. And likely,
wow, these abstractions are so compelling, and they're totally not just meaningful symbolisms to only you. And you're like, yeah, please don't interrupt and interject, but what if I share my evidence and the words I actually say are nothing? You've said nothing.
Is this how you speak to? Is this just for the show, or is this how?
Are you gonna continue crying and not just answering questions?
I'm sorry that you are failing at your task here, Christopher, but don't put that on me. You literally just, please don't interject. Please don't interject or interrupt. But now when I have the mic turned over to me, I'm going to speak about sweet nothings. The reason why I became Christianity is a metaphor that serves as zero evidence whatsoever. Christopher, I hope you don't do this for a living.
I'm going to be honest. I do have quite the following on social media.
That's exciting for you.
Yeah, and we do host spaces and things like that. And
that's cool. Where can I find it, Chris?
We're way more respectful. I mean, frankly, I host spaces
where can I find it?
Somebody that's a straight up atheist and with people who are of all beliefs.
Hey, Chris, by the way, if you have a big platform, why call in? Why not email and be like, hey, can we set up an actual, I'll do it. Well, if you are who you say you are, we'll set up a thing where it's timed. You get 5 minutes, I get 5, or 2 minutes and 2 minutes, whatever else. But it seems like you want to, if you aren't going to tell me who you are, then I'm just, Chris, if you're not going to tell me who you are, if you're not going to present your claim with evidence, I will dismiss it without evidence.
Can I finish one statement?
No.
Don't you mean may you finish one statement? Don't you mean may you?
All say anything? Is that it? You're just not interested in any good conversation?
Hey, Christopher, this would be a really embarrassing point to make if it came after 3 very good faith calls where people got to make their points out because they behaved appropriately and had much less of an issue figuring the shit out. Christopher, it would be really embarrassing if the calls before you didn't run into these issues and that there's something different about your call.
Feel free to post this wherever you want if you think this is embarrassing for me. I mean,
Christopher,
that's totally fine.
Christopher, I assure you we will. This clip is long enough. Yep. We're at 1,700 people watching now. There's going to be 20 to 30,000 views in the following days, and you should plug your shit, man. You got an audience. In fact, Christopher, if this is not embarrassing,
I don't need to.
Christopher, but Christopher, if you're right that I'm doing poorly,
I wouldn't give any promotion to
Christopher, if you're right and I'm doing poorly and you're doing so well, this is an easy victory for your channel. You will get hundreds to thousands of new subscribers if you just tell us where to find you.
That's not why I do what I do. So
and I'm sorry. Wait. As a Christian, you don't follow the biblical mandate to grow the flock? Grow the flock, my guy.
I do, but like also the Bible says not to entertain people who are not in good faith and resort straight to mocking. You know, we say what we say,
and yet I contend that you weren't, Christopher. I contend you weren't in good faith. I contend you aren't in good faith. So what do we do now? We're both whining that the other person's not in good faith.
I would actually love to like say what I have to say, and then just be able to say that, and then you give me like what you think, and us stay respectful.
I think you'd love to say what you want to say, however you want to say it, and regardless of whether or not you think that if your tone is better or your jokes aren't as fucking solid as mine are, that means you're in good faith and I'm in bad faith. I think that's what you think those standards are.
I'm not making any jokes whatsoever. That's insane. I'm trying to figure out if this is like one of those shows where it's like you say a bunch of inflammatory stuff and you interject.
I don't know. The other callers didn't have a problem.
Like attention or what it is. Well, I mean, clearly, like obviously, you have more aggression towards people of faith potentially. I mean, I've only listened to a couple.
We had multiple people of faith. Literally, the last two callers were people of faith.
Well, there's something about, I guess, my spirit that's really bothering you. I don't know what it is, man.
Baby boy, you wish you could get under my skin. It's simply that you're here thinking that you set the rules here and demanding it while not even abiding by the things you are claiming are your values. You're not even abiding by those values yourself. And you're just sitting here whining, making demands. We're now 15 minutes in, and I'm waiting for your first point. When I asked you for why you believe in Christianity, you didn't tell me. You started with, well, I believe because, and none of those were reasons that anyone could find compelling but the individual who experienced them. Like, I met Jesus secretly in a bar. No one I'll ever be able to prove it to. All right, that might be very compelling for you, the individual, but here we are waiting for your first reason we should care about.
Well, I didn't call in to just say like, this is why I believe in Jesus type of thing.
What'd you call in for?
I didn't know what all topics you wanted to speak on, so I needed to speak to you first to see what you wanted to get into. Obviously, when I tried to like explain some of my background to see maybe that applied to something we could talk about.
I'm sorry, you refused to explain your background.
So I understand, Christopher, I understand your lack of familiarity with our premise here. Our callers call in with the topic that they want to discuss. We don't usually have people call in and like they ask us what we want to talk about because we have like a selection of topics we're happy to discuss. We're happy to discuss why you believe in God. We're happy to discuss your political beliefs. We're happy to discuss, voting, pragmatism. Like we have a range of topics that we are knowledgeable and capable of interlocuting on. Our callers tell us what they want to discuss.
By the way, there are people in the live chat who have said in full good faith, we want to know where to find Chris's content.
Yeah, a content creator who gives up an idea and optimization for like free promo. I won't give up the free promo option. Guess what? Follow me at Luxander Moss on YouTube. Christopher won't take it, but I will.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Frankly, I'm just not even going to comment on that part. But
yeah, I know. It's because you were lying about the size of your platform. You thought it would give you credibility, but it was a lie. It wouldn't have given you credibility if it was true, to tell you the truth. Wouldn't have changed my opinion of you at all. But in the end, it was a lie. And so you're not prepared to actually engage or promote yourself because you don't think it's going well. It is. That is what I want to think.
You go ahead.
It is. Based on experience, and my instincts are pretty good.
So do you have a topic that you want to discuss? Like, do you have a specific?
You care. Of course you care. You brought it up. You absolutely do care. You're the one who brought up that you do have a platform of considerable size. You literally care. You're the guy who brought it up.
All I'm going to say is you guys definitely need Jesus. You definitely need it. And like how I found it is when I hit rock bottom and Jesus and the Holy Spirit grabbed me.
I left Jesus. You've again given no evidence. You've given no evidence. I've hit rock bottoms in my life before. Jesus wasn't what saved me. In fact, the best things in my life have come from being a counter Jesus. Even though I look a little bit like him and I have his side occupation too. We're both carpenters on the side. So Christopher, I'm sorry, Christopher, right, are you interrupting me right now?
I mean, at this point, you don't respect me, so why should I respect you? I mean,
so why should we continue the call? It's not about. By the way, Christopher, you can't claim something is a value of yours if you only adopt it if other people do it too. You don't value not talking over other people if it's only something you expect other people to do. Otherwise, you do it. That's not a value.
I was. It's just an assumptive thing that when I speak, you speak. You know, you stay quiet and vice versa. And then
we already gave you the reasoning and you rejected it. So yeah, we gave you our reasoning why it doesn't work that way.
Do you want to talk about this? Do you want to talk about that? And you won't. What am I supposed to do? Do you want me to just sit here, or do you want me to speak?
Well, you could maybe try not interrupting me after whining about interrupting. Hey, Christopher, I think you would find if you didn't interrupt, you would probably find that you aren't interrupted.
You choose. Do you want to not interrupt each other and talk separately, or do you plan to continue to interrupt?
I think you will find that every call leading to yours.
Send us an email.
I think you'll find every call leading up to yours received a reflection of the faith that was brought. If a person, I'm sorry, do I have to mute you again? Jesus Christ. Now you exclusively try to talk when I talk. All right, so we're just going to mute Christopher again. We're 20 minutes in. I'm waiting for the evidence of Jesus. The 2 times he's had the opportunity to start, he has said nothing. Just that's when he found Jesus. I don't care about when. I care about why I should believe Jesus exists. As Christopher says, I need him. And so far, all he's been able to do is complain that he's not basically getting uninterrupted. He does give me preacher vibes, entitled preacher vibes. I should be entitled to testify uninterrupted. Like when Kanye got up on the thing with Joel Osteen and started telling the people behind him to stop doing, telling them they had to shut up because he's ruining their flow or whatever. This is what Christopher strikes me as. We're 20 minutes in. I'm dying for this evidence at this point. And all he's going to do is just kind of whine and complain and talk over me. I'm just bruh, it's boring. And you will find that every call prior got by the way, it's not even at first. It's you have to engage in bad faith for a bit and then you get it reflected.
Yeah, we had that guy earlier who was constantly talking over us, and it took us quite a while of that before we started just making fun of him and not treating him seriously.
Yeah, dude literally confessed to being a fascist, and I still tried to engage him in good faith and talk him down from it and talk him through and show him where he can confront his own inconsistencies with his beliefs. That guy had no problem, my guy. But Chris from DC, who has a sizable social media following that he doesn't want us to find, and says, post this anywhere you want if you think you look good. I think I look fine. Anybody watching this later, by the way, do go watch the rest of the show. It's the show from February 19th. It was a good show. Lux and I, great show, great callers. Everybody else had no problem. Not until the guy who came in as a guest in our home and thought the first thing you should do is not even ask if you should take off your shoes and then ask if you can set the rules in that place. Rules that wouldn't have actually even been necessary. I would have been less prone to interrupting him needlessly had he not just been so entitled. This is just such levels of, I can't say for sure Chris is white, but his entitlement is the level of white preacher entitlement is bananas. All right, Christopher, with the very sizable
that
audience.
Entire time.
Yeah, you were muted. Those beeps were you being muted, Chris. What's the good reason we should believe that Jesus exists?
I think if you want me to speak, if you're so sure about yourself, I think you should give me a few minutes to speak uninterrupted. If you're so
you want
sure,
a few minutes?
So
can you do 90 seconds? Can you make it 90 seconds?
I mean, we can see. I mean, if you can actually do that, I mean, that would be appreciated.
Oh, boy. Would it be? Oh, boy.
It would.
I'm getting a timer out. I'm getting a timer out. Hang on. I'm getting a timer out, Christopher. Christopher, chill the fuck out. I'm getting a timer out. I'm making accommodations for you, Christopher. At your request, despite the fact that we're 20 minutes into your whining, we are now going to give you special treatment as you've requested. You're going to get special 90-second treatment. So, Christopher,
thank you so much.
Christopher, your 90 seconds begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
So this whole thing, everything that's going on, is spiritual, whether you want to believe that or not. It's all Epstein, Trump, everyone in between, any person you vote for. It isn't going to do any good because there's a spiritual battle that's going on. I have experience in archaeology. Specifically, I am primary in the indigenous cultures in America, but I've studied all over the world. I have ancestry myself, which is why I got into it. And the reason that is important is because the natives they knew that this was a spiritual battle, a spiritual warfare. People talk about, why didn't the natives in America build cities? Why didn't they have all these technological advancements and stuff like that? Well, that's because they realized we were in a spiritual warfare. They realized that we shouldn't be attached to the material world. Now, if you look into their petroglyphs, all the writings they've done on caves and things like that, cliffs, wherever else around the world, especially in the United States, go ahead and look at all those images that they've made. If you've had your atheists and stuff like that, maybe you guys have experience with psychedelics. If you do, then you might notice that some of those entities that you see drawn on walls and stuff like that look familiar. And you can look anywhere around the world. You're going to see the same entities and ones that are quite similar.
All right, that's your 90 seconds. So I'm prone to resetting and letting you have another 90 seconds because I've heard everything you said. Everything going on now is spiritual. You can believe that or not. Okay, I don't. And your question is essentially, why should I believe it's spiritual? Now you're using an argument from popularity from a specific spiritual practice of people that you think, because you said you're an archaeologist, we would take your word for, and also that indigenous people would say, yeah, he's speaking pretty accurately for us. But I don't care because I don't believe indigenous people are correct either anytime they say spiritual shit happens, period. Doesn't matter who the supernatural's belief is. I'm not going to get woked out of like, oh, well, I have to accept it because it would be more culturally sensitive to say they are right. No, that's some bullshit. So I'm prone to giving you another 90 seconds if you promise that this 90 seconds will be specifically not you saying you've studied all over the world. This is the accurate thing. Archaeology that has nothing to do with Jesus. If you're willing to take your 90 seconds and make it about why is Christianity true and not you can believe it or not, which already said within 10 seconds, I knew it wasn't important if you weren't going to engage that I should believe it. If with your next 90 seconds, you will engage with why I should believe Christianity is true, I'll give you another 90 seconds. Otherwise, Christopher, I feel like I'm in Mormon fast and testimony meeting. Who gives a shit?
Well, I think it's easier instead of me just saying, this is why you should believe in Jesus.
It's not.
Why the evidence leads to Jesus. Why certain things that are happening right now, connect that.
I already know all the I already know all the prophecy inception. So, Christopher, my question to you is, if I give you another 90 seconds, will it be 90 seconds on why I should believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah, it's a point that will lead to Jesus Christ. Yeah.
And if I am confident halfway through that you are not doing that at all, you're not going to be upset when I interrupt and go, this in no way is heading that direction. This is totally uncompelling.
That's so vague, but you should wait to the end. I'll tie it together.
Okay, if I wait the full 90 seconds, hang on. If I wait the full 90 seconds and it does not actually serve as evidence for why I should believe, even if I disagree with it, I'll admit that it is evidence. If it doesn't even do that, will you commit to sending $100 super chat?
Absolutely not.
Right. Okay. Then Christopher, then why should I believe you intend to even present evidence? I just said I don't have to agree that it's evidence as far as like that it's correct.
First of all, I don't care whether
just that it would be evidence if it's true. If it's true, it would be evidence. I could disagree that it's not true, But that won't be the basis upon which you have to give the $100. It will be, you would have to give a $100 super chat if you waste that 90 seconds and don't even give something that, if true, would be evidence that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, Christianity is true.
I'm not here to convince anyone of anything.
Okay, great.
And then
all right,
also,
great. Then Christopher, then I don't care. Christopher, I have a different question for you. I polled the chat. Don't look at the chat. I want to know. I asked the chat, are you close with more than half of your first cousins? What percentage of the chat do you think said 617 votes? What percentage of them do you think said yes?
I genuinely don't care.
Just guess.
I genuinely don't care.
Okay, well, it's relevant to a point you made earlier. Right, but earlier you made a point that my experience was the atypical experience. And so I want you to engage the question because I wanted to find out if that's true, because I was willing to be wrong. I didn't think mine was the atypical experience, and I wanted to know, am I the weird one here that's not close with their first cousins? So why not just answer? It would support your point, potentially.
Okay. So first of all, it's already established that they know each other and well. And generally,
then why, excuse me, you're now trying to move the subject. You're now trying to move the subject. Earlier, it was important to you to point out to me that my experience, very implied, if not explicitly stated, basically makes me the odd one out. And so I'm asking you, since that was your understanding, to now engage with that, because I polled the chat to find out if I was the odd man out. What would you guess was the percentage of people who are close with more than half of their first cousins? I actually made it easy for you, because I don't even know that should be enough.
This is such a stupid argument. I'd rather get on to like the other stuff we were talking about.
No, Chris, you said you're not here to convince me of Christianity, so there is no other thing to talk about. I'm done with your call other than this specific thing, because I only care if you have. Then, I guess. If you have, no, I don't have to hang up. I could also just mute you indefinitely. If you want my point on Jesus, I'm just gonna mute you real quick, because this is actually the other option I have. Christopher, you said you're not going to be here to try to convince me that Christianity is true. Then I don't have a purpose for you. That's what you were brought on to do. Do you want to convince me MAGA is correct? If you want to pick one of the things that we disagree on and convince me that I'm wrong, I guess we could switch topics. It wouldn't surprise me. You're not doing great on this one so far. So either, oh, by the way, let's just go ahead and establish with everybody, since Chris has thought I was the odd man out. Live chat, who I do not, there's no reason to believe that our chat would be disproportionately less close with their cousins than any other random group of people. 685 people voted. 15% are close with more than half of their first cousins. So the little, like, I'm the asshole odd man out that Christopher at the very least implied earlier seems like by odd man out he means in the normal majority. I don't even know. I said 5%. That was probably hyperbolic. I've probably met 20% of my first cousins, and I would say that I am close with none of them. Is that correct? Yeah. I don't have a close relationship with a single cousin. I could start up a chat with 2 of them, and I've got dozens as far as I know. I mean, my dad only had 1 sibling, but my mom had like 10, something crazy like that. Yeah, I don't know these fucking people. And so then those 10 all have kids. Anyway, bring Christopher back. Christopher, is there a topic upon which you are willing to try and convince me that I am incorrect about?
I thought you wanted me to have my 90 seconds on Jesus Christ. Isn't that
sure,
what you wanted?
Convincing me that Jesus Christ is 90 seconds that Jesus Christ is evidence, which you already said you wouldn't commit to giving evidence, so I'm skeptical that you're going to. Evidence that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, that Christianity is true. That would be challenging, that would be convincing me that I am wrong, because I assert not just that I don't believe in it, I assert that the Bible is demonstrably untrue, that the Christian God does not exist. Not I don't believe in the Christian God. The Christian God does not exist. So Christopher, the challenge to you was to correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, first of all, soon you're going to be faced with the reality that you can't ignore. So I will say that.
Right. Your threats are not any more interesting to me than the Christians or the Mormons or the Muslims growing up. Yes, it is. It is. It's a threat. You need to believe what I believe, because if you don't, you're going to be on the wrong side when it won't matter. My dad used to literally say to me, Christopher, my dad, and Christopher, you're not my dad. You have very little impact on my life. My dad literally used to say to me, you can think what you want, but in the end, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. So your little threat doesn't interest me. I'm actually, well practiced getting it from my dad.
To be honest, I feel bad for you. I wasn't this inflammatory in my past by any means, but I was blasphemous towards the Bible, towards, Jesus, towards all of it, towards God.
Hey, Christopher, I actually do believe in Jesus Christ. I had sex with him. After fucking him in his mouth, I fucked him in his hand holes.
Oh, man. That is.
If you're going to be a piece of shit and be like, I feel sorry for you, and I was blasphemous too. I literally came in your Lord's beard. My cum has dried up in it, and he has worn it all day. He wore it to see Beetlejuice, where he then started getting a hand job from Lauren Boebert. I tag teamed your Lord with Lauren Boebert. I don't give a fuck what condescending bullshit you want to say, but you are now thinking about my cum in your Lord's beard.
That's some pretty deep pain that you have and some unresolved
Christopher,
trauma.
Oh my God. The only deep pain was the pain I left in your Lord's bum. Moving on, Christopher, but I'm not going to hang up. I'm going to leave you on mute to listen to the rest of the show with other people, because you said I can hang up. Well, I can, but I also cannot. That's where that deep pain was. All right, moving on. Christopher's going to hold on mute. He'll be there till the show ends, I'm sure. Strawberry in Pennsylvania. Strawberry in Pennsylvania. You are on the line with Jimmy and Luxander. How are you, Strawberry?
Hello.
I love that name.
I'm doing well. Thanks.
I love
it's
that name.
Actually my cat's name.
Oh, well, that's cool. You can call me by my cat's name. Call me Little Boy for the rest of the call. I'm sure Christopher wanted to. Little Boy! Come on, I'm making eye contact with him right now. He heard his name and just bolted to me. He's over by the window.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello. All right, Strawberry. It sounds like you think we're dicks. No, I'm just kidding. But it seems like you're probably calling to respond to the fact that we do support voting for people who haven't, quote unquote, earned your vote. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my opinion, and look, I used to be of the same opinion as you, that we do have to vote for the so-called lesser of two evils.
Yes.
But I think that sort of just turned into the newfangled vote blue no matter who, right? If we're saying before the primary season has even started, if we're saying that we would vote for Newsom over Miller or J.D. Vance, or, choose whichever character you think is the most likely Republican candidate, right? That's basically just giving up in advance. It's a preemptive declaration of support.
I disagree. By the way, if your logic was true, it would work the other way too. It would basically work to say like, hey, we're basically, if you don't want our candidate, we'll ruin it for you if you don't give it to us. So we're not actually trying to win on the merits of our candidate is the best and we're going to get the most votes. We're going to get it on, if you don't meet our demands, we'll give you another term of Trump, essentially. That's where your thing would come to conclusion, Strawberry. And so I fully disagree with you. And I think that the primary is when you get real vicious and you talk about what a piece of shit Gavin Newsom is. You don't hold back. You don't even worry about the fear of what if they have to play this back at the general election. I know I said that a little bit with Tallarico. I just think people are too mean to Tallarico. He seems so sweet. Maybe I'm falling for something, propagandist.
Yeah,
but anyway.
I don't follow Texas politics too closely, but.
Oh, thank goodness. Attorney General Paxton would make you pull all your hair out. No, I think that the primary is when we have to go like, we should win because we're the best. I know there's a lot of money against us, and I know that that's not fair. It's not a fair fight that we're in, but basically melting down and saying we'll ruin the election and ruin trans people's rights even more. We'll make sure they get more Supreme Court justices. We'll get even closer to the 6-3 court becoming a 7-2. And we're going to keep doing this every time, even if we end up with a 9-0 Supreme Court. It's not just for president. And so I don't believe in going like, yeah, we're going to ruin the election and have more of that unless you guys vote for my guy, not because my guy deserves it more, not because you accept that my guy deserves it more, but because you're afraid I will take the ball home with me if you don't vote for my guy. Sorry, I went on. Go ahead.
In particular, I don't think Newsom is all that good on trans issues, right? He's the one who already. Sorry, I can't hear you.
No, I haven't said anything, but I think it'd be interesting if you would ask some California trans people how they feel about Newsom as governor. I think they feel sold out by him on air, but is California not the single best state to be trans in? Am I wrong about that?
No, it's not. In fact, Erin Reed, better? She's one of the most.
I know Erin. She's been on our show.
Okay, all right. So, yeah. So, she maintains a map of which states are the best states, and there's a ranking of like safe, moderately safe, moderately unsafe, and like very unsafe. And California is currently moderately unsafe.
I would have to watch Erin's thing myself, because right now, as far as civil rights protections go, access to Medicaid expansions, access to, I would have to hear it myself than just your,
I just want to, so unless she has published a new map, her most recent one that is pinned to the top of her website shows California in the strongest shade of blue, along with Oregon, Washington, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, etc. So unless something she didn't pin the new map up, the youth map
she has
I guess is
maps.
different
one
because
is for adults and one is for youth, and it's the youth map where it is moderately unsafe.
Okay, cool. And the only ones that are actually blue are Minnesota. Here, I'll send you the link, Jimmy.
No, I just want to see. Yeah. I'm just trying to find the. Okay, I am curious why you didn't include that specifying detail, by the way, because that's not what you said. I asked, is it not the best place for trans people? And you said, no, it's marked as moderately unsafe by Erin Reed. You're saying that for children, it's marked as moderately unsafe, which I assume the number one factor is going to be that he is backing off of letting children have access to athletics. Is that not correct?
It's on healthcare. There's a whole bunch of hospitals that are refusing to provide healthcare services to transgender youth.
So to be clear then, when it comes to, is this directly tied to Gavin Newsom's policies, or is this tied to federal hospital policies?
The specific reason that it's tied to Newsom is that there's anti-discrimination laws in California that are supposed to require those hospitals to comply or to provide health care for trans youth. Here's my problem. The Newsom and Bonta are not enforcing those laws.
Strawberry, maybe we need a different day to do this, and maybe you need a reset. But as soon as we asked a clarifying question and we went and checked the map, it turns out there was two maps. What I generally said was true. Then when I asked clarification about whether or not it's about sports, you said, no, it's about hospitals. The paragraph under the children's map says some of these were changed because of the hospital things. Then it says, in addition, some previously safe states have begun enacting sports restrictions or bans, such as California's Interscholastic Federation. So it actually appears to be even the thing that you are quoting, like I just asked, is it because of him backing off on the sports stuff? It is him backing up on the sports stuff. In fact, I can't see, but I would need to now read through the rest. But just as I'm picking apart, maybe there will be things closer to what you're saying in here too. But as I'm picking apart what you're saying, it seems like your understanding and the point you want to make, your understanding is aligned more with the point you want to make than necessarily what even the person you are quoting is saying. I'd be happy to have a discussion with Aaron generally on it. And broadly, when it comes to people who would run for president, he would likely still be much better for many of the people likely to win the Democrat spot.
Yeah.
Because he is actually malleable. But that doesn't mean I endorse him and think he's great on trans people. Why would the trans person want to jump in on this?
Because I also fucking hate Gavin Newsom.
Good.
I would love to jump in on this. So Gavin Newsom sucks. I agree that he's walked back his support on trans issues. He has buddied up with right-wing podcasters. I think he fucking sucks. I've watched videos of him destroying the belongings of his poorest constituents by destroying homeless people's belongings. Like, I've witnessed this man do horrendous things, in my opinion, and I'm going to campaign strongly against him in the primaries. I'm going to say, fuck you, Gavin Newsom. I'm not fucking dealing with this. I'll vote for AOC or whoever else wants to go. I'll fucking vote for Pritzker, even though he's a billionaire. Like, I would rather have Pritzker. So there's a difference, though, when we move out of the primary season into the general. And like, if the DNC fucks us over, if the liberals fuck us over by choosing Gavin Newsom anyway, I'm going to be out there saying, I hate this guy and he's better than the alternative. Because no matter what, the alternative is concentration camps. The alternative is nationwide crackdowns on trans youth. So like, regardless of whether California has protections, like, I mean, the state of Oregon, where I moved from Kansas to Oregon because I'm trans. And I wanted those protections. We have constitutional protection here, I think, in Oregon, or maybe I'm crossing the wires with Washington State. But those state laws are not necessarily going to hold up against a federal law passing, or even just if they go outside the law and just say, we're not going to allocate funding to any hospital that provides gender affirming care for the youth, because they have these like sneaky things where they can like go outside the law to use executive processes to limit rights. So at the federal level, we are choosing between like a literal fascist or a guy we kind of don't like. We are choosing between maybe things don't necessarily get a lot better over the next 4 years, but at least we can put pressure on this politician and they will actually listen a little bit, versus people who literally want you and I dead. That's the difference. And if you don't vote for the person, if you don't vote for the person who is kind of not your favorite, you are allowing the person who wants you dead to win. You live in Pennsylvania. You need to be an adult about this.
So I told you, so I'll tell you what I did last year for voting. Every day right up until November 3rd or whichever day it was, I said, no way, not Kamala. No, Kamala. No way, not Kamala. Right. And then the morning of the election, I woke up and I was like, well, shit, I still have to vote for her. So I got up, I went downstairs, went outside to my polling place, and I voted for her. And the reason that I did that was to keep as much pressure as I personally could on her campaign to change for the better. Right.
How'd that work out?
It didn't.
Because to me, it's like Strawberry, instead of saying, I'm not going to vote for you, to me, it seems like there's a coalition of individuals who missed an opportunity to build support and say, we're coming and here will be our demands. Are you going to meet them, or are we going to fuck you in the midterms? And then also engage after the fact. And potentially that coalition could have had enough. And so, Strawberry, to me, when you say you did all of that, they didn't move. They moved to the moderates. We did not engage in anything they were willing to listen to. But is it possible that you are no way not Kamala, even though you went and voted in the end for Kamala? Is it possible that your attitude participated in somebody else not voting for Kamala? Because even if it didn't with you, that's literally, I mean, Lux was talking about the rhetorical exercises earlier. That attitude did contribute to it.
On the flip side, it's also possible that me being so virulently against Kamala right up until the day of the election encouraged people who were afraid who are afraid of Trump to go out and vote because they heard.
I don't think we have a good data-based reason to think that is likely to have happened. Especially when you look then at exit polling and why people voted.
There's not much of a reason to believe the other way either.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is, because we know that there was higher levels of abstentions, and we know based on exit polling what the main reasons people actually voted were. I wasn't just guessing. You're just trying to come up with like a hypothetical that could, not based on any data, just like but it could be that way vibes, bro. So when we're sitting here and we're talking about your contention is it's up to them to earn our votes. Yes, it is. Correct. And you should primary for the person who earns your vote. But here's where it breaks down to very simple. Let's say Gavin Newsom wins in 2028, becomes president in 2029. He would leave office at the beginning of 2023. If he has won versus, that's what I just said, versus
2023.
You said 23. Sorry.
Yeah, you missed that. It's okay,
but it might have sounded 23. I know I was thinking the number 2033. 2033. If he won versus either Gavin Newsom or Stephen Miller on the day he leaves office, is the Supreme Court that remains at a higher chance or lower chance of being beneficial to trans people than if he had lost?
If there's a vacancy that comes up in the next 8 years,
you have no idea whether the vacancy happened or not. You don't have any of that information. All you know is it's the day after he leaves office. It's 2033. Is it a higher or lower chance that the Supreme Court that remains has a higher chance of being beneficial to trans people than if his opponent had won?
So there's a chance that he appoints someone who's like,
you don't even know if he's going to appoint. There's a chance appointments happened. Just engage. It's a one-word answer. Is it a higher chance that it will be beneficial or a lower chance it will be beneficial to trans people?
Well, I don't like these yes or no questions, but
it's not a yes or no. It's a higher or lower. And no, it's not.
Okay, it's a Boolean
marginally
choice.
Higher is hilarious, but fine. The answer is higher. And now you can go and do that with any other group you like, and you're going to find it's higher, 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 higher if you have leftist values. Higher, 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 higher. Doesn't mean good. Doesn't mean perfect. Doesn't even mean adequate. But it's going to be higher. And in that way,
okay, how about
if on election day, I'm going to finish. In that way, if on election day, Gavin Newsom is up against a MAGA candidate, he has earned my vote on general election day. Because the day after he leaves office, there is more chance of hope for oppressed minorities than there would be if he loses. Right.
Like for the next 50
potentially
years.
Multiple generations.
How about this? Similar situation or similar setup. We don't know who the candidates are, who the candidates will be in the election of 2032. But do you think that it'll be, if Gavin Newsom wins the election of 2028, do you think it will be a virulent Republican, a Libby Dem, or a leftist who wins the election of 2032?
No idea. As of things stands right now, if Gavin Newsom wins in 2028, he's probably the nominee in 2032.
Yeah. The question that I would offer, Strawberry, is if a fascist wins our next election, who is most likely to win in 2033?
Yeah.
Like a fascist or a Democrat?
Hold up.
Fascism paves the way for more fascism.
If I may
we might get it
the
for
line
that
of questioning
reason.
that I was going for.
Well, you presented a different hypothetical, but the hypothetical I gave you, we had enough information to answer. You gave a hypothetical that fundamentally we don't have enough information to answer.
Well, what I'd like to say is that it's very likely that it'll be another Joe Biden situation where the Libby Dem loses in the general in 2032.
Hey, Strawberry, is there a chance that none of this will matter because of how much fascism we've gotten with Trump right now, that in 2028 we may not even, our votes might not count anyway, and he might just choose the next president?
For sure. Yeah.
Right. So
for sure.
you're sitting here going, what if then our choice is still a Libby Dem, but we're still having elections? So still better, because right now the consequences of not letting Harris in, it might already be locked in because we didn't adequately support the alternative to Joe Biden. We might already have fucked it. And you're acknowledging we might already be there, but maybe on the other side of this, we somehow whiff out not being there, and you're sitting, and what if we have another opportunity to deny the descent into fascism, which we may have already failed on? Then will you still do it? Of course I will.
Like, if Gavin Newsom wins...
That's the same thing with the Supreme Court, though.
If Gavin Newsom wins, what do you think is going to happen with the concentration camp situation? Do we think if Gavin Newsom wins, we're going to continue building more concentration camps and sending out more Gestapo onto the streets? Or do you think that there's a chance that we might be able to dismantle some of that infrastructure?
There's a chance it'll be dismantled. There's a chance that it'll stay the same.
What chance is there of that being dismantled if J.D. Vance or Stephen Miller wins that election?
No chance.
Exactly. Vote like an intelligent adult.
Yeah, there's my vote earned. You said they got to earn it. Well,
I'm a single issue voter. It's concentration camps.
Yeah, that would be my line, by the way. If someone comes out for Medicare for all, but keeping the concentration camps, I won't just endorse automatically. Everybody else, it's an automatic endorsement. That's a joke referencing earlier. I got to pee. You all finish up while I pee. I got to pee again. You two finish this one up. We got one more call after this.
Sure.
Hakeem gave up. Hakeem tapped out, guys.
So did Christopher, by the way.
Oh, that's too bad.
Christopher did not stick around.
Yeah.
Like I vibe with you, Strawberry. I am also really disappointed that we're having so much conversation around Gavin Newsom. I dislike this feeling like I'm being held hostage, like that, it's 3 years away still, and people are basically telling me like, well, if you don't vote for him, then you deserve whatever bad things happen in the next. And I'm like, okay, I don't agree. And at the same time, I recognize that we are kind of screwed. We are screwed. We have a two-party system. We don't have ranked choice voting. We're heavily gerrymandered. It's this bullshit state-by-state thing where a lot of our votes don't even count. Like, I'm hoping that in Oregon, my vote does actually make a difference. In Kansas, I felt very disillusioned, and I still ended up voting for Kamala, even though I felt like it didn't count, because of things I said earlier. Like, I believe that it matters for us to be able to say, let's compare the popular vote to whatever, and because I think that helps us make an argument for ranked choice voting or make an argument for dismantling the Electoral College. And I think that there's rhetorical value in that time after the primaries and before the general election. I think there is a huge amount of value to having a bunch of people who say, this guy fucking sucks and he's our best shot to cancel the fascism or to get rid of some of these concentration camps or whatever. Like, I don't like the situation. I just also feel like I need to vote to protect my neighbor, and that sometimes like harm reduction is the thing. Like, do we think that the Black civil rights movement leaders were like doing these kind of purity tests, or were they voting for the least racist candidate?
Martin Luther King himself, in the letter from Birmingham jail, he said, the greatest enemy of the black man, and I'm trying to remember this, but he said the greatest enemy is not the most violent KKK person. It's in fact the white moderate who stands by and
this doesn't have anything to do with voting, though. What candidates did the Black civil rights movement support? What I'm saying is that they wouldn't have done purity testing and saying like, we will never vote for this person because they're a little bit racist, because everybody was a little bit racist at the time. They would have voted strategically, and I think that that's what we need to do. We need to direct towards harm reduction.
Look, I've said that I'll the morning of election day, this all goes out the window, right? But
I'm
until
saying that
then,
the entire 2 or 3 months between primaries and general election, I think that it's a failure if we don't say this is our best option every single day between the primary and the general election. I don't think that most people are going to be like you, Strawberry. I don't think most people are going to wake up on election day and decide, oh, everything I believed for the last 2 months, I'm just going to vote opposite to that.
Also would like to point out that Biden ended up coming in and having a way more progressive agenda when he was elected because of his competition with Bernie being so close. Literally all of us were like, who the fuck is this Biden?
He supported unions. Sure. He sued states that had anti-trans laws. Like, he did what he could within that position.
So literally, that's your side. This is why, like, this is part of why Kamala Harris getting into office would not have been all that exciting anyway. It would have just been a status quo continuation. If we literally organize, and even though I'm not going to let you keep interrupting me, Strawberry, Jesus, if we come in and we massively support a candidate like we did Bernie, even if we then lose, we can literally go, you know what? I can keep a little bit of my Bernie by electing the guy who beat him, because he is the guy who beats him affects them. Biden was pulled to the left by Bernie. Newsom, if he is the candidate, and I hope he's not, but I also recognize I've been pretty good at predicting elections. It's a little far out right now to predict it really, but if Newsom is the candidate, you run a badass fucking person to the point they do so well that they end up in the cabinet or some similar powered position. Because you know what else happened to Bernie after he did that? He literally got leveled up. He got put in charge of like the fucking budget for the country. He got new chair positions on committees that were way more powerful than before. So in that scenario, our candidate, whoever we want, even if they lose, we can have more of them. And the loss of Bernie hasn't meant less Bernie. Not only have we gotten more Bernie since then, now we have Bernie paving the way for new candidates whose popularity may have a shot. I don't think AOC has a shot in 2028, but I think she has a great shot after 2028. I doubt this time it's going to do it. She's going to be able to do it, but potentially. So literally, if you are a leftist and you want to get closer to a leftist country, it is in your interest to vote for the lesser of two evils, for the same reason that we got a better Biden because we voted for Biden after he lost to Bernie. That's what it is.
On the flip side of that, it is the responsibility of the candidate to respond to, for instance, the uncommitted vote, right? If Harris had flipped on Gaza, right, 40,000 votes in Michigan.
Nope.
Or not 40,000.
No, Strawberry. I hope that's what would have happened. You assume that's what would have happened. If she had flipped on Gaza, she may have still lost. There is still, if you think, it'd be like flipping.
But
I'm trying to think like what the comparable.
Detraction.
Right. And now if she's flipped on Gaza, who's her biggest detraction? Which political action committee would now be financially interested in her losing the election if she had flipped on Gaza? Remind you, I wish she had flipped on Gaza, especially now it's easy. We already know she
literally
lost.
The least
so what's
popular
there to lose?
One in the entire country. Yeah, AIPAC would have been against her. Everyone hates AIPAC.
Are you trying to sit there and say that AIPAC's money is not successful? I feel like they had a closed shop if their dollars did not extend far. Not to mention the number of people who would have then come out against her. How's Pennsylvania going to look when Josh Shapiro won't stand with Kamala Harris? Even worse. So you're just sitting here asserting, because right now we look back and we know the outcome is that she lost, that if the thing you think she should have changed had changed, she would have won. And I'm telling you, we know no such thing. I hope, and again, I wish she had. But it's easy to wish she had now. There is no guarantee that had she flipped on Gaza, we would have just won. We may have, in fact, lost worse.
That's possible, too. We'll never know.
That's not how you presented it.
But it's
also, there are good reasons to
still
suggest
her
not.
responsibility
was
to
the
listen
amount
to
of
voters to
was
win
the
their
number of
votes.
votes that you just said would have flipped been enough to flip that state?
Michigan? Yeah, that was the number
How much
of
did she
people
lose
who had
Michigan
signed up
by?
uncommitted. It was roughly the same people who had signed on to the uncommitted petitions. And that was also it was correlated with the number
I've already learned that I have to fact check you. I already learned that I have to fact check you from the earlier thing here. So she lost by 80,000 votes. You said it would have flipped 40,000 votes.
Okay, all right. Nobody's good at you have all this on your screen ready to go. I'm just here trying to remember exact numbers from my memory. So
sure, but
whatever.
But
you have a belief system based on those numbers. You have a belief that it would have changed the whole election because you assume that 40,000 would have been enough to swing it. And that's what you're advocating on behalf of. So it makes sense for us to fact check you on it.
Well, furthermore, even if it's over that number of $80,000, you also are assuming that 100% of the people, or at least a high enough percent of the people to change it, were uncommitted with the intention of sending that message. What number of people were uncommitted in 2020? How much did it differ?
On Lux's point, if I may, I was under the impression that it was a 40,000 point election and that 40,000 people were uncommitted. And maybe some of those uncommitted people were like me and voted even though they signed up for uncommitted. Maybe it would have lost. I don't know.
That uncommitted vote, I think, was in the primary, and I agree that is the correct time to apply that pressure is during the primary season. But then once you have your candidate, you have to rally behind them. You have to say, this sucks, but it's what we have. It's what we've been given. This is the situation now. This is our best option. Gavin Newsom, if he gets the nomination, and I fucking hope he doesn't, will be our best option. And we have to rally behind him because otherwise we're so fucked. And we might, like Jimmy said, we might already be past the point of no return on this. And we just have to hope that we have a free and fair election in 2028. We have to hope that we get even a free and fair election this year.
Right. I'm not convinced this year is going to. We already know it's not free and fair because of all the gerrymandering nonsense they're doing.
Yeah, we haven't had free and fair elections in decades.
But whether or not we can still pull off a majority, we don't know. And potentially claw some democracy back out of it.
And here in Pennsylvania, the Josh Shapiro's State Department, I forget who the appointee's name is, but he illegally removed, according to the Supreme Court, one of the third-party candidates from the ballot. Or not removed, but refused to add.
I didn't even listen to the point. I've so checked out of this at this point. I'm looking up other numbers. Strawberry, we're not going to agree on here. We've already told you why their vote will still be earned for us, and why it is important. It's important to engage the way the most successful leftist engagement in an election that we didn't win our person in the primary was 100% 2020, because we got a different Joe Biden for sending the message that you cannot leave the progressives out in the rain. We got a different Joe Biden, and we got Bernie, a more powerful Bernie. That is the model we need to replicate, not what we did in 2024, not even close. And they need to not replicate what they did in 2024 either, but I can't change them personally. I can put pressure, but I can't change them. I can tell you how I'm going to behave and how we should behave.
That's a fair opinion. That's a fair opinion. I would say that at the same time, blaming other voters for Kamala Harris for Donald Trump winning, that doesn't feel to me much like class solidarity. It kind of feels like and I guess this is kind of been my thesis, but it feels like blaming voters for what should be the responsibility of a candidate.
I think that it's an absurd statement to make because it suggests we can't do both. And I think if we don't blame voters and we don't engage, hey guys, look at what you did this time, you could get the same level of apathy that you seem to be advocating for here. I think by not saying what you did last time was fucking wrong and you fucked over a lot of minorities and you need to stop doing that and engage in this better way and just say, nah, what you did was fine. And if this time they, if they don't meet your standards this time too, valid opinion or whatever, means we're going to get more fascism. I can walk and chew gum. I can blame Kamala Harris for being the terrible candidate she was and Joe Biden for being the terrible candidate and president that he was. And I can say, if you didn't vote, especially in states that are even theoretical swing states for Kamala Harris to send a message about we need to be moving further left, that you fucked up and you were wrong and don't do that this time around. It's a crazy point to make.
Yeah, I really do think that it's possible and pragmatic to address both at the same time. Like, it's fucked up that we have gerrymandering. It's fucked up that we have the Electoral College. And also, people do have a personal responsibility for their vote and the impact that it has. It's like I can also acknowledge that like the issue with COVID is a systemic failure of public health and our government abandoning us. And also, if you don't wear a mask on an airplane, you are contributing to the eugenics mission and prioritizing capitalism and consumerism.
To masking.
No, but I'm saying you have a personal responsibility. Like, if you are going around without a mask, you could be harming people. Just like if you go around not voting for the blue candidate, you are harming people. Like, what I'm saying is that there are two angles of attack and that both are meritorious to address. It's meritorious to address the systemic problem and also acknowledge that there is no such thing as like a community without a bunch of individuals all contributing to that. And that you as an individual have a responsibility within your community and to your community to make harm reduction decisions, like wearing a mask or like voting for the candidate that you don't really like, but who is definitely better than a fascist.
Last point, Strawberry, then we got to move on.
Maybe. All right. So my last point is going to be that theoretically, had the 2024 election been the general election been Kamala Harris versus Nikki Haley, the correct candidate, or the candidate I probably would have chosen, was Nikki Haley. She had policy-wise very similar.
We're moving on because now you're picking for your last point. No, yes, we are moving on because you're picking for your last point a total topic change
and a can of worms.
And weaponizing that I essentially said I wasn't, implied that I wasn't going to like rebut. And now you have shown, Strawberry, and I'm glad there are people in the chat right now, a couple of them, who are like, actually, Strawberry's right. Who the last thing they got to hear you say is you would have voted for Nikki Haley after having the fucking audacity to bring up Gaza. Fuck you very much. May the universe have mercy on your soul. Jesus Christ.
That was
Jesus
crazy.
Christ. What a way to make sure that any good faith you had.
Destroyed your credibility. That was wild.
Kelsey, why do you need Javon to be on next? This Kelsey in chat was saying Strawberry's right. I asked why can't Strawberry articulate why she's right then?
Jovan wouldn't have that argument with Strawberry because he has this position where he doesn't blame minorities for their vote. And so I think that even Strawberry herself,
I shamed him for it last Sunday.
Yeah, no, we had a Pennsylvania caller who didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris or whatever on a previous time, and I just dropped it completely because I was like, Jovan doesn't want to go there, so I'll just drop it.
I go there with Javon. I shame Javon.
Yeah.
For that, having that position.
Like, actually, you do, like, genuinely, you do have an individual personal responsibility to ensure that your neighbors do not die. And that includes voting for fucking Gavin Newsom if the time comes. Like,
for the person in chat who asked, Nikki Haley was Donald Trump's Secretary of State in the first term, but also ran against Donald Trump in the primary. and was second place, basically. She almost, not almost, but she beat Ramaswamy. She beat that stupid fucking DeSantis. And there was another one, I just can't think of who it was, who was like one of the serious contenders. Oh, Mike Pence. She beat Mike Pence. She beat New Jersey guy. Bridgegate man.
I don't fucking remember.
The dude. Everybody, look, I'm trying to think of.
I'm getting an eyeballs headache. I don't know anything anymore.
New Jersey's ex-governor who Donald Trump makes fat jokes about.
Chris
Christie. Yeah. Chris Christie. That's the one. That's
Bridge guy.
one. Man, just dumb takes in chat.
Yeah. You all need to grow the fuck up.
Kelsey, well, I mean, we're not taking new calls today. You can call when I'm on, because it seems like you're wanting to, when is Javon on? So you can be like, come on, Javon, aren't I right? And I would both tell Javon he's wrong if he agreed with you, but I also don't think he agrees with whatever shit you have to say. If you thought strawberry, I would vote for Nikki Haley was right.
Jesus Christ.
Last call of the day. Phil in Minnesota. Phil in Minnesota is calling in. I guess because we're going to play our philosophy card game.
What's up, Phil?
Phil, how old are you?
Yeah. 60.
60 or 16?
60.
60. Okay. Phil's pronouns are he, hims, calling from Minnesota, believes Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Why should I believe that?
Is there absolute objective truth in the world, Jimmy?
Oh, that won't be the answer to my question. Why should I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
I'm leading up to it. My first question for you is there absolute objective truth in the world?
That is certainly a question that is argued with by philosophers. So the best we can do. Excuse me. Phil. Hey, Phil. I'm gonna finish my statement. You're not gonna interrupt me, Phil. That is a question that is debated by philosophers. The best we can do is assume that there is truth and to work as though there is truth. However, nobody has solved solipsism, hard solipsism, but as best we can do, it is pragmatic that we engage as though there is objective truth. Whatever your background noises are, I'm going to need you to isolate from. This is torturous.
You exist, Jimmy. That's absolute objective truth in the world. It's findable, it's knowable.
I've noticed that I exist.
That's absolute objective truth in the world.
It seems like you didn't listen to my answer, since the thing you tried to interrupt me to say is the thing you then said when I was done.
He rose from the dead.
What's that?
He had supernatural miracles. He rose from the dead.
I don't believe you.
That proves he's the Son of God.
I don't believe you.
We have eyewitnesses that died for that truth.
We don't.
Eyewitness martyrs that died for that truth.
We don't, I'm afraid.
Phil, no.
Hey, Phil, I don't believe you.
You don't want to believe.
Because no, Phil, I want to believe, and I do want to believe, Phil, I want to believe if it's true, but I use the same standard I use for Muhammad, Joseph Smith, and everybody else. Just because you claim it does not mean I accept it. So you would need to prove it.
You understand Aristotle's laws of non-contradiction, law of greatest evidence, classical tools of logic, the scientific method?
And then I play Pot of Greed. It allows me to draw 7 cards.
What proof do you have that Jesus Christ did not exist? Is not the Son of God?
The claim, you are the claimant, therefore you have the burden of proof. However, if I called a show to tell them he is not the Son of God, I actually would not fear meeting that burden. However, as you have a group of audience watching of people who both assert he does not exist, all the way to the level of I don't believe he exists to he does not exist, you will be required to meet the burden of proof. I know it's 2 cards.
He had supernatural miracles. He was only religious person in the world who rose from the dead. The whole world calendar was reset from BC to AD at the resurrection of Christ.
Wait,
something
didn't hold on.
Happen.
1 second.
Hold
on real quick. 1 second. Didn't the count? Hold on real quick. 1 second. Hey, Phil. Hi, my name's Luxander, and I'm going to interject in the conversation now, Phil.
I'm muted, Phil.
Yeah, he's not going to stop talking. I would be happy to move on from this quickly because I need to cook dinner. Did the Council of Nicaea not vote like a couple hundred years after, or a couple decades at least after Jesus died, that he was divine? Like a group of people decided afterwards, and also like the thing about the years that also happened way afterwards. It's not like it was the year 10 BC and they called it that then. That's the thing that we did after the fact.
Oh, I have to unmute him.
Yeah.
But also important, Phil, I asked you proof and you didn't prove it. All you said was he performed miracles. So now, Phil, I'm going to counter yours. I created the universe. I am your God. And I made up the Jesus Christ story to fuck with you. Prove that I'm not telling the truth. I just gave the evidence.
You've got no proof of anything. How did your mother create your miraculous eyesight?
I don't have a mother.
You can't even create a baby without a woman.
I created you. I'm your God.
You're laughable. You're insane.
I'm a funny God. As an all-knowing God, I am both the most sane and insane individual. I'm all-knowing. I'm engaging with the exact same amount of evidence. All I'm doing is making claims. Just making the claim is not the evidence for your belief. So you said Jesus...
The Roman historians, 6 non-Christian Roman historians, Josephus, Pliny the Lesser, Origen, and 3 others, they recorded the truth of the resurrection.
Yeah, so none of that's true. In fact, the Josephus story is considered a forgery by modern scholars, not even atheist scholars, modern scholars. And then as far as the other stories, where you're getting the other 4, I have no idea. Tacitus is one of the ones that people like to claim, and Tacitus did not exist at the same time as Jesus Christ. But I don't even care whether or not you believe Jesus the man existed. None of it would prove that Jesus the magician, the miracle worker, existed. I am your God.
There's more evidence of Jesus Christ existing in historical records than any other person ever lived.
So that's completely not true. In fact, there's more there's actually more historical evidence than my grandpa existed. You said any other human that's ever lived. You're actually completely wrong. In fact, there are millions. We're up to billions of people with more historical evidence. Like, for example,
you have a direct conscience that you believe your own lies.
I'm sorry, Phil, this is 1000% a different topic. Why can't you stay on topic just because you're losing? We're now up to billions of people with more historical evidence than Jesus. Are you the guy that Justin absolutely wrecked on his stream last night?
No.
Did you call Justin's stream last night, a channel called Deconstruction Zone? Are you sure about that?
I'm as positive as Jesus Christ is the Son of God because he said he was.
So you're not positive at all because that's not true. I'm God.
And we have recorded evidence.
I'm God and I have no Jesus name. I have no son named Jesus.
And he's got an organization 2,000 years old.
A little warning for the misophonics in the audience. I respect this caller so little, I intend to chew with the mic open. If you need to go ahead.
The Church, Catholic Church, is 2,000 years old. That's proof Jesus Christ is the Son of God, because any human organization would have crashed way sooner.
Hinduism is older.
So I also want to point out that like a lot of cultures have stories about dragons. Does that mean that dragons are real? Because a lot of people seem to really believe that they existed, and like across different cultures and
do that over
across time. It's fine. I don't give a shit. Are dragons real, Phil?
Have you ever heard of the Komodo dragon?
I think you're either stupid or a troll or something. Like I
Or 66.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm about to be ableist in this conversation.
Just do it. You're allowed to be ableist to fascist. Hey, Phil!
Go ahead.
How old is Hinduism?
It's probably about 5,000 years old, roughly.
So it's older.
It's more true than Catholicism then.
You said Catholicism was true because it's 2,000 years old. Hinduism's older. Is it more true?
Do they have somebody with supernatural miracles that rose from the dead that prophesied his own resurrection?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did.
Yes, that's where Christianity stole it from. Are you joking?
What's his name? What's his
Krishna.
name?
Krishna. It sounds a lot like Christ. For the people for the people actually in the comments, I don't know, I made it up. Huh?
Hinduism is a reform movement of Buddhism, and Buddha could not answer 14 questions. Buddha could not answer the question, is there a God? And that proves a lack of divine revelation, because
that's why he had to God. That's why Buddha had to go off and do his own thing. He's not a part of Hinduism anymore. Who's that in the background feeding you lines? Is that your caretaker?
Hello.
What's up? What kind of potato chips do you like back there? Allahu Akbar. Just trying to see who I can trigger in the room.
Did Jesus say in the book of John, I am 7 times? I am is how God identified himself in the burning bush. And
I don't believe in the burning bush.
To identify himself. He said he was God.
Harry Potter said I am like 90 times.
You're 99?
825,600 times.
Is he a myth from a book?
Jesus, a myth from a book, for sure.
I'll pray for you. Jesus, Mary,
think
Joseph,
about
Holy
you.
Spirit,
No,
God
I
the
won't.
Father Almighty.
I'll forget.
I love you. Save souls. Save Jimmy and Strawberry and Vaughn.
How tall of a stack of chips do you think I could fit in my mouth?
Is it the Eucharist, the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ, the supernatural miracle that proves Jesus
No
Christ
blood.
is
There
the
might
Son
be a
of
little
God?
bit of cum in
All you
there. I
gotta
don't
do
know
is
how well I washed my
Google
hands.
Supernatural miracles Lanciano.
When I was fucking Jesus
and you got
earlier.
Your answer. You got your
Do you think
proof.
I can
You
do
got
this
your
one?
evidence.
Let's find out.
Miracle of Lanciano.
You're making me want chips, man.
Whoa.
Sure, yeah, those are good for dipping. I love the rigid ones for dipping.
But, Cape Cod.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read the Miracle of Lanciano?
Bye, Phil. Allahu Akbar.
Alhamdulillah, he never calls again.
Well, that was dumb.
Jesus, what a way to end. It was more entertaining than ending with strawberry, so I guess I'm glad we got a last caller in there.
Strawberries don't even make a crunching sound.
I know. They're too juicy.
Yeah, these aren't Ruffles. These are rich. I will say I like these better than Ruffles myself.
Mm-hmm.
This is my goat chip. Guys, this is like the only things I can eat for a snack are like plain potato chips. So I'm telling you, I'm pure potato, no flavoring. I can't do garlic. I can't do onion. I can do potato, salt, oil. That's it. Okay? That's literally all I physically or I'll get sick. This is better than the full fat one. I don't know how to explain that. Fat is the highway by which flavor travels. I don't know how this worked, but 40% less fat Cape Cod original sea salt. That's my goat chip. Now, second place is not even the Ruffles. I'm going to grab second place for you. This is important. Somebody super chat for the reveal.
While he's doing that, someone asked in the chat earlier about Jimmy's sweatshirt. It says, "Don't apologize to him," which is a quote from Chewed Gum. So it's Chewed Gum merch from The Line, and you can get it at linemerch.com. Linemerch.com to get merch to support the channel.
This might be my favorite show. This might have been my favorite show because I feel this show serves as proof that I am not just trying to be an asshole to every single person who calls in.
You're only an asshole to the ones who deserve it, I feel.
And maybe I've been wrong about who deserved it before, right? That's almost certainly happened. But the number of comments that are like, no wonder nobody calls in, which we had no shortage of calls today. No wonder nobody calls in when Jimmy's this blah, 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 blah. And I think that can look like, I'm not even mad at them, because that can look accurate to a person where they don't realize we only got bad callers today. But today, we even made lemonade out of some bad callers. But there's just a certain caller I can't with. And it's mostly the, can you stop interrupting me as I interrupt you callers?
Cry harder, bitch. Oh my God, dude.
This sweatshirt is at linemerch.com. Don't apologize to him. It is chewed gum merch. This is in deep oh, hell yeah, Plant Carousel. This is in deep competition for GOAT status. I will say, because my condition also reacts poorly to fats, I can't eat that many chips, but I can eat. So the reason why Cape Cod wins is I can pretty much knock out a whole bag of these fuckers and not get too bad. Speaking of, my dearest, would you throw a dose packet at me? Because I need to drink the juice that forms my poos. This, if I didn't have to be careful, so good. No, this is a huge
Kettle
bag.
Brand chips are really good.
This is, but this is Costco's partnership one.
Oh, okay.
I've never been able to find, you can find, I think in a black bag, maybe it is, another ruffled, just plain salt chip. That's not this. This thing, it's like, I was going to say it's like they sliced a potato and cooked it, but isn't that what they all are? But it's like a thick sliced. It's like a thick sliced potato. My God, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, Kayla, GOAT status with all the, I keep saying GOAT too much. Yeah, this is the Costco one, 32 ounces. Pretty good deal. I think it's $7 for, this is like a week of chips, guys. There's a lot of chips.
I still haven't been to Costco ever.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I
do want to go to Trader Joe's because it's a West Coast thing.
Well, we have Trader Joe's here too, but
we didn't have them in Kansas.
I eat so few things that it's like the most economical to just buy it in bulk. Though I will say I stopped buying chicken. The bulk chicken from Costco is as bad as the bulk beef from Costco is good. Like the bulk beef. Thank you so much, dearest. You're the best. I'll take it. We're pretty gay. This is my poo juice, guys. It tastes so bad. Drink the juice that forms the deuce. Nice one, Skep Squatch. And forgive me, I'm going to steal that as though it was my own. What was I talking about?
How bad the chicken is at Costco.
Oh, so the rotisseries are great. If you get chicken tenders specifically, not breaded or anything like that, to cook yourself. And I basically exclusively pressure cook chicken right now because it shreds so easy. It's nice and tender. I put it on rice. It's like, again, one of the few things I can eat. Theirs like has so much untrimmed fat that it comes out covered in this like weird texture bubbles of fat all over the place. It's horrible. So that I just do from HEB. I do the chicken from HEB, but I do my sirloins, my lean sirloins from, which I actually am going to put on the grill here in just a couple minutes. I do those from Costco. It's weird. They're sirloins, perfect, like literally grades above their cost, 1,000%. And their fucking chicken is dog shit, except for I can't have their rotisseries, but their rotisseries are good. I haven't had one in a while.
I like the chicken chips. I don't know if you can have them, but there's just like straight up, it's chicken and egg whites and chicken broth.
So
they make it into chips.
Chicken broth, unfortunately, often has garlic and onion in it, and I can't have either of those, even in powder form. I can have garlic infused oil that isn't garlic powder based, where they just put the whole clove in to soak.
It nebulously says spices, so you probably can't have these.
Yeah, spices usually means things I can't have. But
ooh,
I'm meant to see if I can get eggs in there sometime soon. Lizzie, I don't know. You said your ulcerative colitis limits your fat intake, you should look into, I have no idea, so this is just me guessing, but one of the cool things about my poo forming thing, it's called cholestyramine, is it binds to fats. So my cholesterol is amazing. Even as I've put a little bit of the weight I lost on. You all saw when I got pretty sick and dropped like 90 pounds. I've recovered some of those. Not that I should have.
I ate a giant bowl of beans and spinach and salmon earlier because I'm supposed to bring my LDL down. I'm
basically allergic to fiber. Not really, but like kind of, yeah. So cholestyramine started as a cholesterol medication because it binds to fat-soluble stuff. Okay. And then they discovered that people with this bile, basically it when it touches bile, it becomes a solid and it neutralizes the bile. And so that's why I can poo now. And it's not just terrible diarrhea all the time. Like killing you diarrhea, the kind, not the
cute diarrhea,
not fun IBS diarrhea,
not like dying on the Oregon Trail diarrhea.
It's not I chose to eat a slice of pizza even though I know I can't diarrhea. My body produces bile. It doesn't reabsorb it. It freaks out my colon and my body just makes me terribly. Anyway, cholestyramine started as a cholesterol drug for that reason, probably on smaller doses. But yeah, it's funny. Like even though arguably my diet is more restricted, it's a bit fattier than it used to be, but my cholesterol is perfect. My blood pressure is perfect. Because all of the like stuff that would be coating my veins is just getting stolen by my poo juice, the juice to make a deuce, my deuce juice. Oh, whoever said that earlier, I already forgot your name, and I'm so sorry. This is why I'm gonna have to steal it for my own. That's just great, deuce juice. That was a weird thing for me to get all autistic about there at the end.
Or can I go cook dinner now?
What was with that level of autistic euphoria? We'll do a few, I suppose, here. Oh my God, there's quite a few. Sapphic said, Jimmy is an egg. The truth is out there. God's a Sinner says, won't tell him to call, but I'm waiting from the big screen in the living room. Love chat from Caracal. That's okay. I don't care, but one day I'm going to fight your dad. Marmar says, they are grooming the cats and the dogs. Oh, did you read it in Trump's voice? They're grooming the cats. They're grooming the dogs. Golden Game Eagle says, Jimmy and Lux, what are your thoughts on Leon Trotsky's theory and the work being done by Trotskyist orgs such as the RCA?
Unfamiliar.
I don't want to spend much time on that. Also, I know that people would be... I feel that there's no upside because I would get shit wrong. Let's see.
$10 in honor of Andrew hanging up on his own. Thanks, Joshua. Also, why are the less smart ones calling themselves independents all of a sudden? It's like they're doing the dating profile thing. They're calling themselves independent instead of acknowledging their actual beliefs.
Yeah.
Goobers.
I don't know. I would want to give him more rounded because I also don't know the modern theory of it. I know that he was the anti-Stalinist Marxist, and that's where a lot of shit has developed through. But his name sounds like a type of diarrhea.
Trotsky.
I can't come out. I got the Trotskys.
Yeah.
Olivia says, this is all I can give you for Andrew. Well, it's okay. Andrew bailed. Andrew didn't want to do it.
Yeah, he hanged up on his own.
Yeah. Yeah. He did not want us to make money off of him. He's starting to realize he's a joke. Joshua says, in honor of Andrew hanging up on his own, also, why are the less smart ones calling themselves independents all of a sudden? God, I don't even call myself an independent. I specifically say leftist every time. I don't want to be mistaken.
Implies centrism, and I am not here for it.
Right. And or even undecided voter, which are the dumbest people.
No, thank you.
Liz Chris says, Jimmy is always a 10 out of 10. I don't know which scale in hell you mean, but thank you.
Did I tell you I'm getting a new cat tomorrow?
Woo!
So excited.
Was it insensitive of me to make that my first advice when you told me of the passing of your cat?
No, I think so I would have in January, but my partner was like, I'm not really ready yet. So we decided to wait and take some time off work so that we could both be here and we had some conversations about it. So you were correct. that I'm home alone all the time and I don't like it. I want there to be a little creepy gremlin.
Yeah. It's a weird thing because there's no nice way to say it, but I've lost a number of animals in my life. And I always, every time I lose one, I always wish I had just gotten a new one sooner. When I finally I'm literally always just like, God,
all the ones that I've had pass, I've still had a cat. Like we had 3 and then we gradually dropped them. So there wasn't this like gap or like a sense of like, when do we get the next one kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel that.
I'm just looking at the Humane Society website right now and not paying attention.
Perryform says, lol, a lot of people come to you for GAC advice. Do they, Ryan?
He was like, I wouldn't recommend that someone, did gender affirming care or whatever. So yeah, it's like, the call that we cut short because he was driving.
Yeah. Ryan's going to call back. Seagray says, failed to convince family to call in. So here's money for the cause instead. Thanks, Lux, and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. It's okay. We had a full show today.
Yeah, it was good.
God's a Sinner says, Dad made a bunch of comments to my mom about y'all's conversation, but I don't think he's going to call. I love y'all. I just hope the day comes. And look, I feel like I'm trying to be nicer for 2 reasons. 1, because I want you to feel safe having your dad call. And 2, I'm realizing if I go, it's funny, if you're the first call, you're probably going to get away with more because the first call often is what inspires the following calls. And if I just go pull out the guitar in full dunk mode, even if they deserve it on the first guy, I think that hurts our chances at a follow-up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Valvifer had said, please take Hakeem. Unfortunately, we did not reach the Hakeem goal. Perryform says, no one data point matters on its own, but we really need data. That is correct. Joshua says, I'm sorry to say it, but I fully believe that the U.S. as it exists now will never have another national election. I hope you're wrong. I mean, we're gonna at minimum pretend this year to have one, but that's the question. Will it be more than pretend? Fuzzy says, Blake may not live in a swing state, but he calls into shows like this and says things that influence the people who do. Trump won by under 100,000 votes in 3 states. Most of the people were believing like Blake. Ain't that the truth?
True.
Because even with that 100,000 votes in Michigan or whatever it was,
40.
maybe that's where Strawberry got 40. You only have to change 40,000 of them. No, Kamala lost by 80,000. But if you changed 40,000, if you went down 40,000, but then also up simultaneously 40,000, you only have to do half of the number you lose by of conversions.
We make a tie, and we're counting individual votes at that point.
Yeah. Obviously 40 and then 1 is what I meant. Like,
yeah.
Though I fucking hate, I hate how, have you been seeing the people going out? Who's the Adam Schiff going out is the main one who does it, talking about how we have to win this election by such a big margin they can't even steal it. And I understand trying to excite the base using a line like that, but isn't that just such fucking bullshit to like even have to, because that shouldn't be true. You should have to win by 1 vote. That's how the elections work. And so it's like, so what you're saying is if we win by 1 vote, we might still lose. Like our rules are, we have to win by a huge margin, and their rules are they have to win by 1 vote, or we only lose by a small enough margin that they can just steal the election back. Like that's
yeah. I mean, haven't we ascertained already that the votes themselves don't count when we have like a really close vote in Florida? And then the Supreme Court just fucks us over. Like I was a baby, like I was a child when that happened. But like my understanding is that like we don't really have real elections in this country.
Hanging Chads is one of my first like political memories.
Yeah.
We did not hang enough Chads. Let me tell you that much. Max says, guys, Christopher's platform just goes to a different school. You never met it. It's Canadian. What is SGD for a currency? That's interesting. Sedalia says, me with Christopher Z. It was boring.
Singapore dollar.
Oh, that's cool. Foxy says, for putting up with Christopher's inane prattle. What a chud. What a chud indeed.
Listen, we're going to make money off of that clip, so don't worry.
Yeah. We'll get it on the other side too. See, this is why I decided to read Super Chats. You see, while I've been doing this and you were thinking like, oh, I want to eat, but we just had a $50 one come in because we extended and established that that's what we're doing.
That's so true.
It was worth staying on.
Yeah. That's what the money's for.
Keep denying Lux food by Super Chatting.
I mean, I'm full. I just need to cook for the other people
Don't
I live
say
with.
That. They're jerks. They're jerks. They'll do it if they think you're starving.
Listen, it's my headache. You're keeping me here in spite of my headache.
Back when I produced most of the shows, Forrest literally got people to super chat because I said I'm sick. So as soon as we're done, and I had to talk to him about it. I was like, that wasn't a joke, dude. I was like really suffering. But to him, it was funny. It was like a bit where he's like, let's not let him go because he's so sick. Let's make him keep sticking it out. Anyway.
You guys have a culture of bullying each other at this company, and that's blaming it on that.
That's true. That's why Javon was. People think the reason why people think hired Javon is incorrect and low key racist. We hired Javon because we love a bully, and he's good at it. He's good at it. I feel like NCAA, but he went pro. Did I do a sports metaphor? Did I do it right? Somebody can super chat if I nailed it.
Couldn't tell you.
Balthazar says, indigenous people didn't create cities. What exactly did Cortez conquer then? What did Mexico City used to be? Yeah, he was saying a lot of stuff where I was like, for an archaeologist with a big YouTube channel or social media platform that's big, I wasn't surprised Christopher didn't want to plug it when it would be like such obvious promotion. If anything, if he did so well, I expect to see his clip with commentary that he's going to record and be like, and see, this is where but I think he's going to be too afraid to even do that. I called into an atheist show and this happened. Obviously, he can't just play the whole thing. Then I'll copyright his ass. But he can add his commentary and then it's all his. Meg says, from a Mormon Utah fam and have at least 40 plus first cousins. I've met every single one of them multiple times and am only close with one of them. LOL. Maybe that's why I was suspicious, Meg, because I'm Mormon too, obviously. And so like the idea of knowing and being close with all your cousins was fucking crazy to me. How many of your cousins how many first cousins do you estimate you have? And how many would you say you're close to?
That means like my parents' siblings' children directly.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
I
want to say like them on one hand. That's crazy.
Okay. Yeah. So like just my parents' siblings' kids, because my parents were the oldest.
Okay.
Each in their families, and one of them only had one sibling. She has two kids, I think. And then my dad. Well, my dad also has a bunch of half siblings from his dad who I don't know. So we're getting to a point where I'm like, I don't know.
So how many do you feel like you're close to?
None of them. They're all like, my parents were teenagers when they had me, and they were the oldest of their respective siblings. So like, I'm not close with any of my cousins.
It's funny how we wrecked Christopher from so many angles, but the one that I'm like the most held up on, I'm like, yeah, so you're the fucking weirdo if you're just like making out with all your cousins.
I had like my grandparents' generation had kids, so like second cousins or first cousins once removed or whatever the fuck you call that. Like I hung out with one of those level cousins a lot when I was a kid, but like now, no, none of them.
One of them. Thank you, Leo. By the way, I've only been doing $5 and up if people are wondering if theirs didn't
That's how it works.
Joe Biden's coming back in 2032 was one of the $1.99.
Jesus Christ.
No, the thing that really bugs me is Kamala Harris keeps acting like her time is not passed. I'm sorry, you don't get another shot.
I thought she said she wasn't going to. I thought she said that she was like
acting like she might.
Okay, fair enough.
I know a lot of people say they're not gonna.
I know that her organization is starting to throw its weight behind certain individuals for the midterms.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Which is fine, but don't act like you're going to run again.
She's allowed to participate. Maybe I mean, right now, is she technically like the leader of the Democrats? Kind of.
Like the figurehead, at least.
Who is? I guess it would be Gavin Newsom, just for being governor of the biggest state.
Sure, yeah.
If she pulled back, I don't know, man. I just...
Why did the election start as soon as the last one ended?
Did you see how bad Hakeem was doing in the chat trying to misgender you?
Yeah, I saw many of his comments.
I enjoyed that. I always enjoy it from the We Can Always Tell crowd.
At one point, he said in the midst of his comment, he said something bad about you, and then he said, and Lux couldn't take it. And I wanted to be like, you like to imagine me taking it, don't you?
Yeah. I'm aware of some of Lux's accessories. You underestimate Lux.
Listen. I got 3 bad dragons.
Oh, you can drink out of it too?
What?
Well, because that's very girthy.
Yeah, I get it. It's very girthy.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. It doesn't have a good tapered end, though. You need a good tapered end.
It was just for the bit.
I'm just running with it in my autistic way.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Lux has already alerted HR. That's crazy.
Arden? We don't. I know we have an actual like HR whatever bullshit. I'm never gonna call
It's
them.
me.
It's you.
Give your complaints about me to me. No, there's a way. I'm not even familiar because nobody's ever asked. So I haven't actually pinged them and been like, so what do they do? Do they call you guys or like what's the deal? Also, I don't know if it applies that much since you're almost all 1099.
Yeah,
I think you're allowed to treat 1099s at, like, I think I'm allowed to beat you.
Well, listen, we like that too much, so be careful.
Some of you weirdos. Troglodyte Boy says, I was the guy that was driving earlier. Are you willing to entertain one more call? Sorry, we are ready to wrap up, but I appreciate you asking. I think I saw other people saying in the chat, and we just not right now, but we'll get you next week. Rain of the Fox says, I'm Jesus Christ. No more borders. Trans kids are sacred. JD Vance watches from the corner. Thank you. This has been my Sermon on the Mount. I hope you didn't write that you are Jesus Christ right after I told the caller what I had done with Jesus Christ. But if you just sitting there like trying to make me afraid of blasphemy and stuff and talking over me, you're going to hear about the way he pulled my Elmer's glue out of his beard hair.
We had some really funny calls today. I'll give them that.
Yeah, they were okay. They were okay. God's a Sinner says, sorry, I couldn't rage bait my dad into calling by watching your show. It was still a fun watch. Chat from Caracal. So we gotta time it, Cara. We gotta figure out how to make the challenge to the dads be something he's heard. And I'll try and like make it, just give me some secrets that I need to like work in there. Like, and listen, these MAGA dads, they're obsessed with their lawns, but they can't, that's what they're thinking about instead. Like just something that's a little personal where he's like, I'm a MAGA dad obsessed with my lawn. And I'm willing to.
With your 3 brothers named John, Jeremy, and Josh.
Too many J's, by the way.
Listen, I know.
There are too many J names in this world. And I say
really
that
are.
As Jimothy Snow.
You get lots of, then you get lots of JC or JT.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to go by Justin. It's always a Justin, by the way.
Oh, I got a lot of JC, if you know what I'm saying. And gave a lot of JC. Kayla says, never had a bad day shirt and sweatshirt. The Line is a podcast sweatshirt. 3 Zerber shirts. Don't apologize to him sweatshirt. And Shuck the Fud Up shirt. And 8 mugs. I have a problem, LOL. Did you get Shuck the Fud Up the day it happened? Because that one was fun. It's okay if you didn't, but Shuck the Fud Up happened on air. I accidentally, no, was it accidentally or was it on purpose?
I missed this one.
I wasn't right. I think Forrest was on. I think I accidentally told someone to shuck the Fud Up, and they maybe made pushback or made fun of the fact that I said that. So while they were on air, I created a shirt of a clam telling people to shuck the Fud Up, and we sold like 100 on air.
Amazing.
Because that guy was a little bitch. It was accidental. That seems right now. It just took me a second. Let's see. Lizzie says, thanks, Jimmy. UC flares. Bathroom runs 20 plus times a day. My colon purges everything. Doesn't absorb. I'm on meds to help prevent flares, but body keeps rejecting hospital visits, looking into surgery to get colon removed. Scary, but also quality of life good. Yeah. I've my condition growing up had been so often compared to UC that I was at the verge of asking if they would just take my colon. And luckily, I mean, just the change. I'm not even joking, Lizzie. If you're saying you have the absorption issue, again, I don't know how it interacts with UC, but it sounds like you also have then bile acid malabsorption. And if you do, you should try colon. Because even if that's what you're going through, if the cholestyramine just bulked that which you weren't absorbing, you're fucking, the reason you're going 20 times a day is your body is like throwing water at it because the non-absorbed bile is basically setting your colon on fire and it's going, oh God, get this out of here. So you should check that out. You should just ask, is cholestyramine right for me? Because the fucking crazy thing about it is bile acid malabsorption. Right now, if you look at the, what's that special medical place called? The very special one where all the research is done.
Johns Hopkins?
Nope. Big time research one. Oh, I'm blanking on it. I talk about it all the time. There's one in Arizona because that was the one I was thinking about going to. Actually, it might be New Mexico. I think it is New Mexico. Oh my God, the something clinic, Mayo Clinic.
Oh, Mayo Clinic, sure.
Mayo Clinic research is up to this point where they think that 40% of all people diagnosed with IBS actually have some level of bile acid malabsorption. I have it extremely severely. Be glad you don't. It's the fucking worst. And which would mean if you actually like do the math on it, that means most people with specifically IBS-D probably actually have this and probably could benefit from some amount of cholestyramine in their life. So now people just yelling Mayo like they're trying to trigger
trigger the white people.
No, Katie hated Mayo, remember?
Oh, I know. I never got to do a show with Katie. She was out by the time I came on.
I assume one day she almost guested a few months back or maybe several months back.
Maybe I'll do it because I want to and invite her for that.
It'd be lovely. We miss Katie. Anyway, the Mustard Clinic is right. You should just ask about it. Like the worst they're going to tell you is it doesn't apply to you. Yeah, I think you should ask about cholestyramine. That shit's crazy. It's an important. If you have IBS-D, you should ask your doctor what they know about bile acid malabsorption. Because the sad thing is, it's not necessarily new to like the diagnosis books, but awareness is new. So even a lot of gastroenterologists don't know much about bile acid malabsorption, and the research about it is fucking crazy. And I'm not even joking. Mine got so bad, I was on the verge of being like, if you don't take my colon, I'm going to end shit myself. That's pretty much where I was. And it was life-changing to get in that medication. Deaf Piglet says, Javon should be on every show, but y'all are okay for now. 3 against 1 would be a lot, though. But I do love me some Javon. Somebody referred to him as somebody was trying to insult me and then was like, so be more like your black twin Javon. And I was like, the beforehand, like being critical was obviously like meant to be insulting to me, but calling Javon my black twin is such an insult to Javon. It's like, dude, Javon just caught a way harsher stray than me.
That's crazy.
Liz Chris says, I have 10 cousins, none that I'm close to. The audience would like the audience. The audience would like the audience being hurt too much as well. The audience would like the audience being hurt too much.
You were talking about super chats and us suffering.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is related to that.
What are you people if not subs?
True.
Kayla says, that call was amazing. You misspoke, but committed. I bought it immediately on live. I'll shuck you like a clam, I will. Did I say that? That's funny.
It sounds like something you would say.
Man, I'm funny. I say funny shit sometimes. When I went to pee earlier, my partner was like, that was funny. You were being funny. That was, I can't remember what the line was, though.
The funniest thing I've said this stream, I said in the producer chat.
Oh, yeah. I wish you'd said it on air. I wish you'd gotten us demonetized. All right. Guys, I'm not very good at it yet, but...
Do it.
Oh, did it already lose? Because do you have to... Oh, man. If this thing... That sucks so much.
Does it not hold a charge?
If you don't unplug it, anytime you plug it in, it starts draining the battery.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense because it's doing an output.
But it doesn't have an on and off switch like their guitar does. And remember, this is the one with the shitty micro USB.
Mm-hmm.
You know, their guitars are good, but their ukulele suck. That's the show.
Bye.
Oh.